يا بني سريع ودينا المدينة جوا أجمل مدينة يا ربي سريع ودينا استقلال لماما تجينا استقلال مونكي لماما تجينا لمدينة جوا أجمل مدينة مدينة جوا أجمل مدينة يا المؤمنين والدينا
Hello, Sister Pam. I don't know what is going on there. You don't hear nothing?
We can hear it, but it's too far away. It's like cutting.
Okay, because I was sharing the room, and I was sharing also the Facebook. That's why I use the same device. Let me try again. If it's okay, just show me it's okay. If it's not, then let me know. Thank you.
That's okay.
سوا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. حينما كنتم أسعد الله صباحكم ونهاركم ومساكم بخير في أرجاء المعمورة الكرة الأرضية. مجازي في سبت لانتي مقدم برنامج South Sudan is not a cup of tea في الفيسبوك والكلاب هاوس. موجود معنا أخوتنا باميلا وأخونا ساباتا هناك كمودريترز، ونحن كذلك موجودين في اليوتيوب وفي الصفحات بتاع جنوب السودان كلها. فنرحب بالإخوة والأخوات والشباب الرالي اللي معروف اللي ابتدى من واشنطن دي سي، ونحن ماشيين إلى نيويورك سيتي. And before to go to that, I would like to welcome all the brothers and sisters and concerned citizens of South Sudan in general, and all our viewers in the clubhouse and also in the Facebook and YouTube. That South Sudan is not a cup of tea is going to heat today the discussion with the youth, those who are organizing the rally of New York City. So before to go to that, I would like to throw the mic there in the clubhouse for Sister Pam to moderate the room there in the clubhouse. And I'm here in the Facebook. Willingly that to see if any person would like to participate in the Facebook, you're most welcome to join, and I will send you the link. And also I would like to see South Sudanese to give their opinions and their objective about the rally and how South Sudan should be a country where there is peace and love, where there is all the communities to live in harmony. So before to go further, I would like to say you are most welcome for this discussion tonight. And before to go further, I would like to give a mic to Sister Pam to welcome our brothers, those who are now holding the initiative and thought of the rally. So Sister Pam, I'll give you the mic. If my voice is clear, we just have to mention that so that we know that all of our devices are working very good and so that we can heed the discussion in South Sudan. It's not a cup of tea. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mujasef. I would like to welcome everyone to South Sudan is Not a Cup of Tea. Today we are hosting the South Sudan Peace Rally team. This time next month, September 16, we will be going to New York City at the UN Assembly. So we're going there to protest. So today we have Brother Abraham here and Sister Bambi. Some of the rally team, they will be joining a little later. So I just wanted to welcome Brother Abraham and Sister Bambi to the stage. I also want to welcome my brother Sabata as well. And I wanted to say thank you to everyone that's in the audience and for your support. And everyone can come up at any time and contribute to support the rally team. Shortly, I will also, Sister Bambi, if you don't mind, please go ahead and pin the GoFundMe link up there. So for those who are here to support the rally, you can also donate to the GoFundMe, which we'll put it up there in a second. I also want to welcome General Yen. We want to acknowledge you. We see you in the audience. Welcome. You have been lost for a little bit, so it was nice to see you. I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Brother Sabata to welcome the rally team before we go ahead and pass the mic to Brother Abraham. Brother Sabata, are you there? Okay, I believe Brother Sabata is probably having problem with network. I'll just go ahead and say welcome to Brother Abraham. Abraham is the chairman of the rally team. This rally this time is for everyone. This is rally for South Sudanese. So I will welcome Abraham to tell us a little bit about the rally. Abraham, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Sister Pam and colleague Mujasef for this opportunity to come in and share with my people of South Sudan. To be honest, I greet you all in the name of the Father. As South Sudan is in very difficult and kind of color to demonstrate the danger. It will be beyond the red. And I can call it South Sudan is in a state of emergency. And the government of South Sudan become a national threat for the people of South Sudan. Yes, we gained our independence in 2011, but we've seen more killing since the independence, right after 2013. So therefore, me, myself, and the team have decided that we must do something. We must air our grievances and also speak our mind. And the main objective of this rally, which is to strengthen the social fabric among the people of South Sudan. Because we lost hope, we lost people, We lost everything for those who experienced the tough times. And some of us thought that our independence would bring peace, joy, and prosperity. And unfortunately, majority of the people of South Sudan have seen nothing but nightmares and killing and displacement and raping and so on. The list is so long. Right after the independence, according to the United Nations, the estimate of lost life in South Sudan, beyond 400,000 people died. Just imagine that number. Those are brothers and sisters, those are little sisters, those are uncles, aunties, and so many. And I can attest to you that any of you guys that are listening to this, whether it's Clubhouse or YouTube, you lost somebody. Not because of sickness, but because of the neglect of the poor services and injustice and so many things. And secondly, the objective of this rally, we need an urgent intervention, not only from the international community or the regional communities, but also intervention within ourselves. Because we must examine ourselves as South Sudanese. What do we really need? Because our people are dying daily. So we must intervene to rescue our country. And lastly, the failure of the regime. There's no doubt in my mind that this regime will never bring peace in South Sudan again. And the people of South Sudan must realize that we must take into account that we must defend the land, according to the General Kalwak, before his last death. And I just want to attest to you that the word of General Kalwak will live forever. This is a man that gave everything to protect the land, in spite that he knew he was going to die. Yet he died in dignity. He died with no fear, so that the next generation will live in peace and harmony, and there will be no war. What does it profit for man to gain the whole world and lose himself? So this is a wake-up call for all the South Sudanese people, wherever you are. Ask not what the country can do for you, but what can you do for your country at this moment? The people of South Sudan are crying for help. They're desperate for help. And alongside with the committee of the rally, I'm inviting everyone, every South Sudanese, friends, colleagues, to join us in this unity of togetherness, so we become so strong that the enemy will have no rooms to come between us. This is not the South Sudan we vote for, where we can kill each other. This is not the South Sudan where a small percentage of people can control the whole country, and yet you have no freedom of speech. You have no freedom of assembly. You have no freedom of anything. We must take a stand. You must ask yourself today, this land of South Sudan has been sacrificed by so many, not only Kalwak himself. There were so many sacrifices, their life on the land, so me and you can have something called South Sudan. And we should not allow certain individual to ruin our hero's sacrifice. And my message strongly goes to the youth. Do not let this politician corrupt your mind with money or possession. Those money will come and go, but the land will remain. And we must protect the land by any means necessary. Whether through fighting, through rallying, whatever it may take, so our people can live in peace. And I just want to express just a little bit of definition of unity that I'm talking about, because everybody might have a different definition of a unity. The unity I'm talking about is a unity with responsibility, that each and every one of us must be responsible for every position or duty that you obtain. Secondly, we must work together. Togetherness brings unity. And we must be accountable. Accountability is the most important thing, regardless of your position, whether you're a government official or an orderly citizen. You must be held accountable for any action against anyone, regardless of the location, that you must be held accountable. And no one is above the law. And the unity I'm talking about is unity of prosperity, that we must be a prosperous land where we can see a future of our generation. Enough that our people died and suffer from war to war and violence, and it's time that we see prosperity for the future generation, where we can produce doctors, engineers, and become as a nation that respect the dignity of the people and allow a fair democracy. And the unity I'm talking about is unity of justice. And justice and equality for all. Whether you're an Equatorian, Shuluk, Nuero, Abie, or whatever it is, justice must be served. And lastly, we must have equality. That everyone in South Sudan must be treated equally, despite anything, regardless anything, and that no one is above the law. So as we gather today in this Zoom, that we are the answer for our problems. We are the solution for our issues that we are looking forward to solve. And please do not look anywhere else for a true solution to our South Sudanese problem. It is us. It's us, the citizen. It's us, the people of South Sudan. So therefore, I'm asking each and everyone that you must open your heart and examine your heart as well. Do you really need unity? And are you willing to sacrifice for that unity? And peace is not an easy thing. For those who claim wanted to be free and live in a peaceful life, it requires sacrifice. Sometimes it may lead to blood sacrifice, may lead to time, money, everything. Are you willing to go that route? Are you willing to sacrifice for the peace, even though you may not enjoy the peace that you are looking for, but somebody behind you will remember that somebody one day stood for the people of South Sudan. And I have a huge respect for those who work behind the scenes to make South Sudan a better place. Your effort is not forgotten. and will never be forget. I appreciate you, and I thank you for your service. Whether you fought during the liberation or whether you fought after the liberation. And the fight must continue until we reach to the mountaintop, until there's democracy in South Sudan, until there's unity, until there's prosperity, until every person in South Sudan feels safe and protected. Wherever you are, that our kids will go to school, our women will not be raped, and all the refugees will come home. This is the South Sudan we want. So I'm asking you that today that we examine our heart. And some of you who may ask, what does it really mean for me to unite, even though we don't have anything in common to unite us? But our suffering is our unity. Our displacement is our unity. Our children dying every day is our unity. Let's use those things to unite us. I just want to thank you, Mujasi, for this opportunity. And the rally would take place September 16th at the United Nations headquarters in UN during the General Assembly. And from our own understanding that South Sudan has been invited in that General Assembly. So therefore, you must do whatever it takes to come. Because some people in Juba went out to rally because of the inflation, yet there were young men who were arrested. As we speak today, they're still in jail cell. Just for freedom of assembly because of inflation. But yet, you, the other person, or you, the other individual, who have the freedom to rally anywhere in the world, and yet you're not exercising it. We don't need numbers, but we need true, good-hearted people that care about South Sudan. All it takes just 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 6 people to make a change. So we need a real change that actually is being participated by the people of South Sudan. So therefore, being United States or Canada, a place that you come in unity for the people of South Sudan. As we united because of our suffering, as we united because we tired. We tired until when? I was born during the war. Many people sacrificed so South Sudan can become a nation, yet people still die. And it seems like my youth will continue in this struggle. But we must prepare for the next generation to live in peace and prosperity. So therefore, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And you must do whatever it takes. And you're not coming for me, you're coming for the people of South Sudan that are crying for help day and night and will wish for somebody to fight for them. And as many of you guys have heard the video of the General Galwak and the rest of the men that stood there and took a bullet without even crying or moving. What a brave men, that they stood for something beyond themselves. And the sacrifice they had given for the country will never go in vain. Yes, we might lost them, but they ignite a fire. They ignite a fire in the heart of all South Sudanese. And also send a strong message to those corrupted leaders in Juba and key regime that we are not scared of any bullets. If a man can be burned alive and never complain or cry, why would be scared from a bullet? So therefore, do not let this regime scare you guys. That we have men that are willing to sacrifice their life for us to be a better nation. My question to you is, what are you willing to sacrifice for a better tomorrow? And I wish I can say that South Sudan may have peace tomorrow, next week. I wish, but the reality is very difficult. There will be more hunger coming. There will be more death. There will be more threat. But we must endure. We must buckle up because those days are coming and the regime days are numbered. And that's require all the effort together for a better tomorrow. So let's move with action, not only just words. Because faith without action is dead. And some of us are dead today. We are dead. Mentally, we are dead. Spiritually. So please, let's activate the power of unity to rescue our nation. And I thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Abraham. Those are powerful words. I'll go ahead and pass the mic right away to Sister Bambi. Sister Bambi, go ahead. The mic is yours.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Mudasik and Sabata, for hosting us today at your forum. South Sudan is definitely and absolutely not a cup of tea. And thank you, Chairman Abraham, for your powerful words and for also going into depth about the importance of the New York rally, September 16th. I feel like every time we come here, we're being repetitive with our words. And it seems like I don't want you guys to feel like we're saying the same thing over and over again, but like to believe that it's always good for us to explain things and to kind of give you guys information about not only things that are happening in South Sudan, but also why this rally is very crucial and very vital at this time, this moment. In the month of September, starting from the 13th until the end of the month, the UN Assembly will be taking place in New York. That means most of the world leaders are going to be there. And I believe even some of South Sudan delegates are going to be there. And I believe this is a very good opportunity for us as South Sudanese to come as one and go to New York at the United Nations and show these world leaders that we are not happy with the current regime. Sorry, can you guys hear me? I feel like my voice is low.
We can hear you, but somehow it's a little bit cutting, kind of like there's a shadow over it. Yeah.
Oh. Hold on, let me remove. Okay, that should be better a little bit.
It is better.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on, and the country is going through a stage of, I don't even want to use the word transition because it's a different type of shift where I think that every year it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. If we here in the diaspora don't feel obligated, we don't feel like we need to help the people back home who have no voice and who have no freedom, then what is our purpose? What was the purpose of us coming here in diaspora in the first place? What is the purpose of us, of our parents, and of the generation before us accepting to migrate here, whether it's Europe, Canada, United States, Australia, for us to have better education, for us to try to develop better skills? I believe that we are the lucky ones that got to survive the war. Some of us were born during the war, and we're very lucky to have the opportunity to exit the war while it's still currently going on back home. And I believe that our purpose here in diaspora is to make sure that whatever type of skill we obtain here, whatever type of education we get here, it's our duty to take it back home and to develop and to develop our country, to use it to elevate our people. But if we're sitting here quietly and we're not proud of the fact that we were blessed enough to come here, and we're not proud enough to advocate for our people, then I'm just very ashamed for all of us. And I would always be disappointed for anybody that feels that they're not proud to advocate for their people, especially our people in South Sudan. I believe last week some youth went to Konyo Konyo market to protest against the inflation of food and high cost living. And they were jailed. All of them were jailed. One of them was shot in the leg. That means that people back home don't have freedom of speech. They don't have freedom of expression, of assembly. These young youth were not protesting they're not even protesting for education or for healthcare. They're protesting for food, basic needs here, Jama. So we here in diaspora, we are protected within those rights, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and all that stuff. We're protected within our rights. And we need to take advantage of that. And we need to use it to help those back home who are not protected within those rights, who are not even given those rights, let alone protected within it. They don't even have it to begin with. So I'm urging all of you to put your differences aside, whether you are from Upper Nile, Unity State, East and West and Central Equatoria, Nuero, Dinka, Shuluk. I'm urging all of you to put your differences aside and to come together, united, and rally against this regime. Because we as South Sudanese, we deserve, we are worthy, we deserve better. And I think we need to fight for that. We need to fight for that. If we're not able to go back home and fight on the streets of Juba or fight in the bushes, we have our voices here. And we need to utilize that. This is a call for unity, unity of purpose for all of us 64 tribes united. The rally is going to be taking place September 16. I already, like we stated before, the United Nations during the UN Assembly. We have hotels, and if you're interested in going, I urge you to follow me so we can help you with the booking of hotel. Also, if you're interested in going, the right airport to use is LaGuardia Airport. It's domestic. It's easier to navigate through that airport. We have t-shirts in gray and black, all sizes. That could be your way also of helping us with some of the costs of this rally. We don't have any sponsors from any opposition group or private groups or anything like that. We, the rally team, the organizer, are sponsoring ourselves, and that's why we have the GoFundMe, so you guys can also help us. The funds will be going for the flyers and the banners, and as we know, things happen. New York is expensive. Somebody might need a hotel while they're there. It's going to go through to just the planning of the rally overall, buying microphones and amongst other things. So those things are very expensive, costly with this economy. So we're asking for all of you guys that if you're able to come, we would like for you to come. You can still donate and come. But if you're not able to come, please put your contribution in the GoFundMe. The t-shirts are $25. If you want a t-shirt, back channel me. Make sure you send me your name and address and your $25. I will mail you a t-shirt. Also, you can follow us on Facebook, South Sudan Peace Rally. That's another way you will be able to communicate with us if you have any questions or if you want to inquire about, hotels, airport, or t-shirts. You can find us there too. And with my last remark before I hand it back to Pam, we need to stand together. South Sudan is in a stage of emergency, and we need to stand together. We need to fight together. And as for us here in diaspora, this is our way of fighting. This is our way of protesting against the regime and appealing to the international community about things that are happening. And as much as we want to say they're not listening and they do not influence decision making in our country, they really do. When we got referendum, we did not get referendum, so we can end up in the state that our country is in. This is not what our forefathers and foremothers and the Red Army, even the Anyanya or the SPLM, or this is not what they fought for. But we have power hunger leaders, and usually when people don't have a clear vision of what they want the country to be like, we end up in situations that we are in now in South Sudan. So I thank you all for honoring this room, and for please share and go ahead and like I said, go ahead and share the room and follow South Sudan Cup of Tea while you're at it. Thank you. Pam, I yield the mic back to you.
Thank you, Sister Bambi. You have said a lot positive things. I also want to remind South Sudanese that this peace rally It's for all South Sudanese, for everyone in South Sudan that is suffering. So whether you are from Upper Nile and you are suffering and you see injustice there, come to the rally and represent your suffering. If you are from Abyei and what's going on, we all know about the atrocities that is happening in Abyei. Come to New York and represent your suffering in Abyei and see and tell the United Nations about the injustice that is happening there. If you are from Equatoria, and come there and tell your injustice. People from East Equatoria, they have recently experienced a lot of attacks. Come there and represent your case and tell the world what happened in your area. The same thing goes in Awil. Come there and represent your case and tell the world what's happening in your land and what is happening to your people, and the government is not doing anything. You coming to this rally, you are not coming there for me, you are not coming there for Abraham, you are not coming there for Bambi, you're coming there for your people. It's speaking up, representing your people who are suffering back home. That's what I just want to remind everyone in Junub Sudan. That's why the name of this rally is Peace Rally. It's South Sudan Peace Rally. We are all going there as South Sudanese, telling the world what is happening to us, what is happening to your people in South Sudan. Are you feeling that this regime in Junub Sudan is fair to you? Are they treating you and your people right? Are you feeling that you have security in Junub Sudan? Is there justice in Junub Sudan? Is there law and order in Junub Sudan? Ask yourself those questions. Are your people back home, your mother, your grandfather, your uncles, your aunties, are they safe in Junub Sudan? Are they having their basic life needs? Those are the questions you should ask yourself. And if you find that those things are lacking, then this rally is for you. Come, carry your posters, and tell the United Nations what is happening in that country. Tell the world what is happening in Junub Sudan. Why are you feeling that that country is unsafe for you and your people? I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Brother Mujasif. If you have anything to say before we go to the next person, I can give you a chance. Otherwise, we'll go to the next speaker.
Yeah, I don't have nothing much to say, but I will later on. I will play some videos that was coming from Juba about the DBT mayor that was telling Mendum Bumbalashato or Hayada, and then later on I would like to hear from the committee of the rally what is their comment about that. But you can just proceed with those who are in the clubhouse, and I would like also to announce here in the Facebook that we are inviting the committee of the rally, South Sudan Peace Rally, New York, 16 September 2022 at UN Assembly or General Assembly. And then with that here is the committee, the whole committee, and the chairman of the committee, Mr. Abraham Lolik. So, Sister Pam, you can just go ahead on that, and then we proceed later on with some questions here and there. And I also would like to invite those who are down, they can just come and join us and give your own comment, give also your support. And your support will be very good support. If you cannot come to the rally, please just go up in the clubhouse and just click on the link over there and just add something so that, and we'll appreciate so much that your kindness, that you just add something on that gufa الموجود بتاع الجماعة اللي بينادوا للرالي ده كده، دخل يدك في جيبك وفي الجوفة ده خدت لنا حاجة بسيط فوق وكده عشان يساعد الشباب ديل للشغل بتاع الرالي ده. والرالي ده ما يوم واحد 2 يوم، الرالي ده هيستمر لما ناس كتير ده شفتها يشوفوا الطريقة اللي هم ماشيين بيه. So this rally will continue, especially for those who are in the United States of America. They will continue going from city to city. That's why we need that gufa خليكن مليان. فده كلام اللي نقدر نضيفه. والناس الموجودين في فيسبوك كمان, I'm trying to put the link here And then you just click on that link and take your MasterCard or your credit card in your hand and just start to follow the instruction. Just put for us $5, $10, $20. And those who are more generous, you can put even 1,000. Why not? That is not bigger for the sake of the, for our country, for our homeland, for the people, those who are suffering, those who are sitting on under the trees. We saw people that are sitting under the trees. The rain is over there. People are suffering, kids are suffering, but some that are enjoying, the resources of the country. So please, my brothers and sisters, please just try to do your best. Thank you, Sister Pam, and you can go ahead. Sorry for making long.
No, it's okay, Brother Mudassir. Thank you. I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Airtime. Brother Airtime, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Moderator Pam. And I thank my brother Abraham. I thanks also our big brother Mujasif for allowing this discussion to play on his platform. And everybody who is up here and everybody down, I greet you guys all in the name of South Sudan. We are not going to stop preaching this rally, as Brother Mujasif said, and we are not going to just end it this only because this is the second phase now of a rally where last time we went to DC, now people are going to United Nations Assembly, General Assembly. I just want to assure everybody up here and maybe people who are listening that media is a very strong tool that will bring change. If not today, it will bring change tomorrow. If not tomorrow, in decades, it will bring change. Why I say that? Because I quote Dr. John Garang one time said, let people not think that the liberation of South Sudan was only when they were in a bush, they liberated with bullets, and that's what brought peace today. It was also those who liberated through the media. There were some people in DC area. There was some people constantly in the BBC by then. And the news keep expanding until the case of South Sudan was being heard. Any help was given to South Sudan. Likewise, the people who are scaring to hear the current regime that is threatening people in the media. Yes.
Sorry for interrupting my brother Joke here. The diaspora was considered a seventh front. We were like those who were carrying guns. We were fighting the same as those who were fighting guns. Continue, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, what I was saying, I said Dr. John Garang said the war, the achievement of peace in South Sudan was not only achieved by bullets, but also with those who are on the media. That's what I'm saying here. So, like right now, if people, the current regime, some ministers, some office ministers, they're training people in social media, and people listen, people is staying home. I'm trying to say how powerful is the media is. So what we are doing here, we can keep going ahead and we'll keep on preaching. And like I said yesterday, because the room already started and we were being here, we talked. And I said that the unity we are talking here, we need the youth to come together every day and let us put the differences aside. And we always keep saying that despite your, your affiliation with your uncle in a current regime, you want to support him just because he's there, because you have a free access of in and out and whatever. But let us put the difference aside. How long do you think your uncle, your dad, your auntie, your cousin who's right now holding a power, high profile position in South Sudan is going to live in that place? There will be a day that that person will get exit out and your picture is up there. We know you, and people of South Sudan, we know you, and blood of those who die in your hands also will be knowing you and will see you and will follow you. But it's always good when we stand for the right thing. Money is a devil. Like our comrade, late General Galwak said, He said, you guys don't let this money buy you, because this money will finish tomorrow. The money that they're giving to you, you're enjoying it today. And he really prophesied, because right after his death, 2 days after, those also who like burned him alive, they were also killed. But they were bragging, they were laughing at him at that time. So we really should take these things seriously, that there's nothing that is lasting forever. If you think you're enjoying it right now, enjoy it, but just please be careful and try to be on the right side. And like I said yesterday, this rally for the youth is going to happen despite of anything. But also we need the children of the ministers who are today, right now, maybe yesterday, they already traveled to Dubai. They went to Khartoum, they went to Kampala, they went to Nairobi, now they're enjoying over there. And they're living Fijian Sudan. Don't even have any or was to Asani Yachorobo, where al-Leben Habu, few Mahada say guiding the struggling in hospital where there's no light, or maybe not they're in a point of death where there's no electricity, but the money, the resources of the South Sudan, the young people also, some of them are, like involved in it. Their hands are now into this kind of corruption. And those kind of kids, like I said yesterday, we need to expose them out too, because they were nobody before. But just because they have family member, they have somebody who's supporting them, they have somebody that give them access to corrupt, now they become a corrupted youth. Those youth too, we need to talk about them so that the unity can come from inside their heart. And if we wanted to make these things successful too, like we have a platform that always airing a lot of good positive things, like Mujasif. We have Dr. Engineer Edward. We got Sister Teresa. We got John on the other side, and some people, Lake State Media, I see, also today hosted General Paganomon. So we have a lot of young guys also up there who are willingly to make the turnaround on that country. But now the question is, how can we push those leaders, our elders out? Because these people now has been, since the CPA until today, even though they have done a little bit of something, we have to give them credit, but they have done nothing to us. Where right now, there's still a lot of killings happening. There's no good hospitals. There's no clean water. There's no electricity around. Hospitals are, people are dying during operation time, because there's no electricity. Food prices are going up, and you don't pay people for almost 6-7 months. And when somebody's saying something, you go on the media, you threaten them like, if you come here, we have a live bullet. Today, to my knowledge, I have heard that in Jungule, teachers have been arrested because they went on a strike. They called this for their salary for 3 months. And those teachers right now, I think they've been arrested. So what do really these people want? Like they are there for us, or they are there just for the media and best يلبسوا السود كرش حقهم بس كبار يظهر لنا في التلفزيون ويجي يحددنا في الميديا. No, you suppose when you took the oath to be a leader, you took the oath to take responsibility of a people, of a child, of a mother, of that grandmother who is blind, need care, need a doctor to take care of that child who need education. Like now, still, when you go today in some areas, still children are sitting under the tree just to learn ABC. Where in the world right now, there's a lot of technology happening. Kids start learning, doing computer programming, and they learn how to type on the keyboards and all that. But for Sudan, لسه بيعرف قرار صاحبهم بمشي لسه صبورة بيكون قاعد تحت الشجرة مطر بينزل هناك هم بيكون قاعدين جوا مويه while in school learning. Is that the South Sudan we really wanted? Is that the South Sudan that when we voted, when we all went and give our 99% for the separation? I don't think so. By then, our heart were one because we wanted to get from that corruption of Jalaba, from Sudan. We thought when we all, as brothers and sisters of South Sudan region, Southern Sudan region, we were going to live so better and happy. But unfortunately, we found out that those were two faces. People, like, they are blood suckers. Those people really, what they wanted to see every day, في أرضك بس هم دارين يشوفوا الدم بس خلي ده في أرضك. هم دارين اكتساب، ما دارين يشوفوا عايزين يكتسب في جنوب السودان. هم دارين الدم والبكاء بس خلينا نصير بس. That's the only thing I think our leaders are now in their mind, and now they're training their children too. They're training some of their loved ones. They're controlling them just to behave like that. But we really want peace in South Sudan. We are going to go for the rally. Like I said yesterday, all this atrocity that's happened. If Kir is one coming to enter that General Assembly, we say, is this what you want? Is this what we elected you? Or actually, he's not even been elected. He's just been appointed. Where we all know in history right now, our president still did not receive any election where people voted, and then he get a certain number. You say he's a legit president. He can be default legit president because he's been elected by the party, appointed by the party just to lead us, to lead the country. We're going to pick all these dirty pictures of everything that is happening under his watch. Because when something is happening under your watch, as a dad, as a parent, as a guardian, you are the one responsible, and you are the one supposed to be held accountable for it. When people cry with your name, you supposed to take that upon you. A lot of youth outside here in Western world, some of the men have a very good technology, or like from Mustawat Quest. But now you cannot even go to because as long as you start saying something about Sudan, or even when you go over there, you don't get the job, you don't get offering job that you supposed to. They will look at you, they'll say, we the one who suffer, we the one who fought the fight, and you cannot get anything here. Or even they will never even recognize you like somebody who wanted to come and contribute, because we really wanted to go and contribute. If we can work in warehouses over here, we're picking boxes, or some of us working in, like in a food production place. If those factories are there, you think like nobody here would love to go just and work over there? Because, I'm at home and I'm free. I'm, like I enjoy, I see my people, my relatives, and life is moving on smoothly. We all wanted to do that. We wanted to contribute. But today, our leaders, our elders in the office of the current regime, all what is full in their heart is just a threat. They will be threatening you. You say something, we're coming after you. You say something, we're going to send our snitches just to come and snitch around and see who you are. Like so that you're going to be picked up, and and they call you any name, and they will you will lose your life. But today, I think a lot of youth already gave up, fed up. What does it take again? If you can die by burning alive, or if you can die by hunger, or if you can come, you die by something called a non-government at night, what else are we gonna happen? We all just want it. We all know that is our way of death. So I really want to thank everybody up here and people who are listening down, because your contribution is so important. And I want everybody to change their heart. Please, is something for jobs or maybe for short term, but it's something that's going to go down the stream for a long time until we see peace, until we see stability, until we see security, until any freedom of speech, of gathering, or freedom of traveling. Nobody has to be attacked on the road while you are traveling. I say in the Western world, when you're traveling on a weekend, you go into another state, somebody's going to attack you? No. You always you go freely, you stop at a gas station, you pump up your gas, you buy you another energy drink or whatever you want to drink, you keep proceeding. Nothing unless you violated something. But now today in South Sudan, you will be attacked and killed, and then the government say, no, it's not us. It's another person in the bush there, it's another rebel. It blame after blames after blames. And also, like we keep saying every day, like we said yesterday, also we wanted those people, the oppositions, who are right now, some of them in diaspora, we wanted them to come clear also and talk to us. What is the difference that they can make? What are the differences that they're going to make us trust them that, okay, when they go sit and talk, they are not going to be the same element, because at some point they came from the same body. Just like one tree have a different branch, but it's the same minerals of that tree. So who are they and what can they do in our life? But as a youth of today, we are talking that enough is enough. We wanted just to stick around. We want to hold our hands together and march the march. And I'm so very disappointed also to say this, like, because whatever happening to our sisters, I think every time when we talk about youth, but we don't talk really about women's and our sisters. Sometimes we talk and we just hold a break. Our women, our sisters are suffering, and we know in all kind of aspect. Even for them to find a job right now for Sudan, you even will ask to sleep with her so that he can offer the job to her. Is that the country that we want? Right now in Western world, when you're looking for a job, you apply, you go for interview, you see, they will look you. If you qualify, they offer you the job without any kind of like assault or harassment. Like, okay, like you come closer to me, or come and touch me, or come and like ride with my VA, and then come and meet me in this hotel, and then after that I'll offer you the job. Why we don't speak about this? Why our sisters too? We need. I know there's some brave sisters online every day that they talk, but we want to see more sisters also coming up. Let them raise their case, because they are not forgotten. They are not also like a toy or tools, just a simple tools that can be used, so that for their right, with the respect of their educational level, but they can just be looked down, like, come here and do this for me, then I give you the job. So I'm not going to hold the talk too much. I know there's a lot of people in line. Miss Pam, I'm going to give the mic back to you, and I'll be listening. If anything else, then I'll come and contribute back later. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, brother. I just wanted to remind everyone again in this room, I want to welcome you. Today we are hosting the South Sudan Peace Rally team, and this rally is for all South Sudanese. This rally is not for a group of opposition or a certain tribe or people from from one region. This rally is for all South Sudanese, for everyone in South Sudan that is feeling that whatever is happening in South Sudan is injustice. So we are rising together and putting a stop to this. Kifaya, enough is enough. This is what this rally is about. And until people of South Sudan rise with one voice and put a stop to all the atrocities that is happening in our country, it's only going to get worse and worse and worse, because there is power in when people stand together to stand against injustice. So I will go ahead and give the mic to Brother Dominic. Brother Dominic, the mic is yours.
No, thank you, Pam. And I think from the onset, let me start to salute all of you who are here in the podium. Starting from you, Pam, Abraham, Bambi, the managers of this rally. And I wanted also to thank the South Sudan is not a cup of tea forum for hosting this South Sudanese concerned youth who have the desire to see a better South Sudanese living in harmony, in peace, and to see a better South Sudan. I listen very critical to Chairman Abraham. Thank you for your spoken word. Bambi, thank you for your words. And the last speaker here. Sometimes when I listen to you, I remember the martyrdom of the many South Sudanese heroes and heroines who have laid their lives as a priceless sacrifice. That's why here today, speaking as a country, South Sudan. It was not an easy ride. No, it was a struggle of young men and young women, tender in their age, If you look at the list of the people who started meeting in 1955, there were people who didn't have even children. They were very young, very, very young. In their 20s and their 30s. They haven't hit their 50s. Why? Because they are so satisfied with the zeal of tomorrow. متشبعين بالحرية أنه اللي بتحصل في الواقع دي ما ربنا أراد له. Because we're the chosen generation, a generation of a God that is not lesser than any, of what we think. And even the generation of the SPLA, they are very young people. And when I listen to some of you people, I felt that I think South Sudan is not in deficit of men and women, that can take this country to a better future. I remember vividly when Chairman Abraham was speaking, the intonation in his words, the zeal, the reminder make me think of our founding fathers. And when he speaks about Galwak, when he was at the point of meeting death, he was talking about a country that you take care of this country. How I wish to eulogize this young man, this young brother of mine, because he has shown to us indeed patriotism, akin to what Patrice Emery Lumumba did in 1963 when he was to be thrown into that acid. And I would like to challenge each and every person of us in this room that if you think fire is something of a joke, go and light the heater in your house and put your hand there and come and write to us here how you feel about the burning. But this is a man at the point of meeting his death. Catholic person, I will present his name to the cardinal. That this must be our immediate might and our immediate saint. It is not a joke. That's why I say the man reminded us of Patrice Emery Lumumba. And so when he challenged the youth that your money will finish, but this country will remain. And I think he reminded me of some of the things that we used to say those days when we were very young, that God created man. Man made money. Many money made man mad. What we are seeing is a madness of money. How we have been reduced to be people who are adoring money. My brothers and sisters, this country is at a crossroad. And I think this call that you people are doing is a very noble cost. You see, the God we adore in heaven is not a sleeping God. Just think about it. Why did all these things happen now when you people are about to go to the rally? Why? Think about it. Ask yourself. Instead of using it as a propaganda. No, why is it? Why is it happening? It's because God wanted to offer to you a material evidence that you can be able to present that this is what we are suffering from. And guess what? Guess what? Think about it again. It came when the parties to the revitalized agreement over the last 4 years were biting at themselves, were pinching themselves. Mulasanat, Mushakashat, only to come and commit themselves on that 4th day of August 2022 that they wanted to extend their mandate for another 2 years because they wanted to implement the agreement because this is the only way forward. Now, there was a commitment. You listen to what Lodium said, listen to what. Go back to it. Don't think of Dominic as a member of whatever. Go listen to it. Listen to what Lodium said. Listen to what my brother Demalor said. Listen to what Gabriel Johnson said, my brother. You listen to what my brother Riek said about this peace. And now compare and contrast it with the things that are happening in Juba. Can you expect the otherwise? How I wished. And that was my problem with my brother Yakan. We are operating in a little different form, but anyway, let's forget about that. So these are material evidence. When they come and tell you that you don't have rubber bullets, they have only live bullet to quench freedom. When people are talking about democratic space and what you're talking. So what do you expect? So this one is a material time for you, my brothers and sisters. That when you go to this, you have something to present, you know, to the General Assembly. And I really don't care whether, and I like what you have said, Pam. Let me also thank you for that. Because indeed, we are representing our pain. It is each and every person that has a pain. And by the way, for those of you, unless you didn't learn something from the Western society, the Western society is an individualistic society. Where I live here, we have a square that is called a Dam Square. People come and present their petition and it will be read. It will be read, I mean. And in the Dam Square, you can take your concern to the highest level, even to the minister president, which in our case is called the prime minister. They call minister president. That is the type of the thing that we want. Unity will never find you in perfection, because we are a diverse people. We are a diverse society. We are a cosmopolitan society. We are just being lumped in this geographical context, and everybody has his own interest. But there is one common thing that underlines our humanity, and that is humanity in itself. So what is it? Now we are doing this thing not for us, all of us who are here. Answer. When I go to some groups, people talking about men, women thing. Well, you will never get it. Sooner or later, you don't even have the desires. Why? Because even the God we worship in heaven has made these things. The chemistry is being designed, and you will never change it. Who are you? You will never. Okay. We are supposed to think of our generation that is coming. جدودنا زمان وصونا على الوطن على التراب الغالي ما هي لو تم. There was a song من كل ده كان يغنوا. And by the way, احنا لما كنا في خرطوم كنا ردت الكلام ده. And that is why we have South Sudan. لأن الجدود بتاعنا زمان وصونا على الوطن على التراب الغالي ده ما في له ثمن كله. Do we want to keep South Sudan? No. It is as if you've taken unwritten Gabila Bita, Gabila. Gabila is just something that is created by God. For us to accept it. So what we are saying here in a material time, that Israel is very important. It is important because our country, it is at the verge of a collapse. And I see a future, like what Martin Luther said. Somebody have said, I think the German Abraham, that we have went to the mountain tops and we have seen the promised land, like what? Probably our promised land may be blood, but we are in the promised land. Where else do you want to get another promised land? We wanted people like you guys who are in this room to think critically out of the box, that you create opportunities. And by the way, for those of us who are nearly going to our graves, we will curse every person who is going to be an opportunist, so that he will never even have this value of what he wanted to do. Because we wanted hospitals. Think about it. What will be of your faith if you just go for a visit to Juba and you fall sick? How are they going to operate? We don't even have a medivac, medical evacuation. No, you don't have. You see, our airport, it's not necessarily. I like where we are, where if there is a place where a helipad can come and go and land in a minute, you'll be evacuated. No, we don't see it. So we are at the crossroad. Lakini hapa na hani zone. Abadan na hani zone. لأنه النضال ده هي شخص بيقرر ودرشمه عشان انت لما تموت انت بتموت راضي عن تضحيات بتاعك زي ما قالوا عمل للمناسبة. قالوا ده ما he didn't just rebel because he wanted to rebel. Or some people will wanted to term that he's acting because all the ways are form of rebellion. No. He thinks about his country. He thinks about his children. Sometimes my heart bleeds. Because of the contradiction that's in the country. And it's the same way the lives of John Grant, Garbina Kwanyin Ball, those of Arapton, those of Udugo, those of Akotatem. And by the way, the elderly like Udugo and Akotatem were the people in the 1972 government. How do we expect old people like this to go back again to fight after being part of the Anyanya? Because something somewhere was wrong. And they wanted to correct it. And by the way, they have handed over to some of the generation that is now. Garang handed it now, and we need to hand it to the future generation. But we need to stop this curse. And I think this is the time. The time is now than any other time. That we need to stop the curse of this fighting, killing. You see, in any other countries, it is very difficult to get even killer with Azoi. You will be in a dead row for a long time just to get a body part, but people have been slaughtered. In South Sudan, like there's no tomorrow. If these people are supposed to be dying of Ajali, we could have donated of natural death. We can have donated their parts to others to serve humanity elsewhere. But it's not happening. So let me conclude with this, my brothers and sisters. We came here to support you, to support this rally, to tell you that just go ahead. There will be a lot of naysayers. there will be a lot of people to talk to on the way. But know that you're doing something that is so valuable. For those who wanted to contribute, you contribute. I, for myself, I promise myself I will contribute my money. I will contribute my money. When I will contribute my money when I reach where I can access my credit card, I will definitely contribute my money for this noble cause. So let the God that we worship in heaven continue to bless you, watch over South Sudan. And may the spirit of the ancestors guide you. And like what my sister, Pastor Machilin, will always say, that we will defeat the test of time. Let me add my word. We will create a future after we defeat this test of time. Because we are people that have got a desire for this country. We will implement what we need for us to be a people. That's my case here, and I thank you so very much. I'll stop it here.
Thank you, Brother Dominic. You have said it all, and also thank you for the words of encouragement as well. I want to remind people again, we actually want to encourage people to come to the rally. This rally is not just for those who live in the United States. We actually have people who are in Europe that are working on coming to the rally to support, because they know that this is for our country, this is for South Sudan. And then we want to encourage those who are in Canada. I know some of couple of sisters of ours that are coming from Canada to support the rally, so we want to thank them. And we want to encourage more people to come from Canada. So if you live within driving distance from Canada, you have no excuse, because some of us in the United States, and we are taking 6-hour flight to New York to go to the rally. So if you live only within like 3, 4, 5, 6 hour driving from New York, you should try to come, try your best. It's only, you can come, leave Thursday night and come on, and then leave Friday right after the rally. You can leave if you have other things to do, because this is very, very important. This is just not for us. This is not just for those who are back home right now, but this is also for our children and for our future. We out here, some of us grew up out here. We do not want our children to also grow up out here and not have a future and not know much about the country that they originated from, because we do not want to end up like those for example, no disrespect, but like African American who've been here for generations and now they are looking for their roots. So there's a lot to this rally, other than that, the insecurity and all this atrocity that's going on in Sudan. This is also by making our country better. We are building a better future for our generation, right? So that's very important. Put that in mind. And also, I want to let those who are in Australia and in Europe, in other parts in the Western world, who are not making it to the rally, please try to donate, because by donating, we have brothers and sisters that also want to come to the rally, but they cannot afford the rally. So by donating to the rally, you also is sponsoring someone to go there, and they're not only standing for them, they are representing you. That's your way of being there, by sponsoring someone else to be there and then stand there and hold that poster and saying that we want peace, we want better South Sudan. That's another thing that I want to tell you. So I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Lolaku. Lolaku, the mic is yours, and welcome.
Thank you very much. I am very glad to be a part of this great team to discuss these important issues, to air our concerns today. I need to greet all the brave men and the women here. Although it is so disappointing that up to this time, South Sudanese are still trying to appeal for their rights. We are 17 years today as a country plus our years for CPA. And we could be in a different stage. I believe as South Sudanese, we could be discussing about technology today, how we can advance it like in other parts of the world. We could be thinking of new innovations on how to improve our health units, how we can improve our education system, how we can improve everything, our infrastructures, the way we have admired in other parts of the world. But it is unfortunately that today we are still talking about insecurity. We are still talking about how we can unite as the people within the territory that is called South Sudan. The wars that the world is fighting for today, the countries are fighting for domination. They need to be written in the history of the world as the superpowers, as the champions. They are fighting together as citizens. They are putting their hands, the mandate is to take the country high. But it is a problem to us as a South Sudanese today that is still we are unable to do it as a team of people who are within the same territory. South Sudanese have wasted a lot of years fighting in the bushes. Children growing outside the country, and people are trying to see that at the end of the day, they need peace. Our parents fought the Arabs because after seeing the good benefits that the Arabs were enjoying with their families, their children, their wives living in good houses, they have good food, they have good infrastructures in Khartoum, and our fathers raised up to fight them. And after fighting, what they put in their mind is they need to establish the same thing that they show the Arabs were doing using our resources. But it is unfortunate that up to today, all the struggle has gone in vain. Nothing is recovered. South Sudanese doesn't know anything about peace up to now. South Sudanese doesn't know anything about human rights, those ones who are living in the country. South Sudanese doesn't know even their own constitution that they are governed with. South Sudanese doesn't know anything about the judiciary. They don't know anything about the military. What they know is only fighting. So all these ones has been brought as a problem because of weak leadership. Up to this time, if South Sudan could be having a good leader, then I believe by this time, the people of South Sudan, even those who did not go to school, might have known something little about the law. They might have known something about their rights. They might have known something about the modernization, because they could be getting good infrastructures, they could be getting access to transport, and they could be enjoying like other countries. So we are in problems that has been on us for over years now and is continuing. We are not seeing the future. There is no prospect that South Sudan is changing. And we are now scattered all over the world as the citizens. All the citizens of South Sudan are scattered, and they are living without respect. There is no any country today that respects the citizens of South Sudan, because they have seen the leadership have failed us, and all the conducts they are doing, you don't have any claim to see like you have rights to live like anyone, because they just compare you directly to your leaders. So this is why we are now at this point, we have seen like we have nothing to do to wait. If we are real citizens of South Sudan, we have nothing to wait now. We have nothing to see like we need to appeal for from the leaders, because the leaders are not listening to us. We don't have leaders. We have rulers. They are kings who need to be honored, who need to be respected. despite the fact that they have failed. They have nothing to do to the people, but they expect the people to respect them. So in this point, I have seen that there's no any point of reservation if you are a South Sudanese, and then you put feelings in your heart that you cannot support any move with the South Sudanese who are struggling to see that the country should also change. Here, even when you go back and see in Africa and the neighbors within South Sudan, how much they are all low-developed countries, but they are not really in the level that can be compared with South Sudan. Corruption is very high. Imagine when the donors revealed around $17 billion transferred to the account of South Sudan for implementation of the programs during the CPA, but up to now the country lacks money. The country doesn't have money. There is nothing to run the programs of the country. We see that everyone who is serving in the government is owning a number of good houses, driving expensive cars that cannot be afforded by a private individuals in the level of the world as South Sudan. But it is unfortunate that in South Sudan that is the life, yet the common people are there suffering. Common people are struggling. If you have relatives in Juba, if you try to call, there is no one who can reveal to you any information because people have fear. There is no one who has the freedom to speak out. Everyone is scared, so they speak, then I'll be killed just like that. They are dying from hunger. They cannot come out and speak. Even on phone, they are very scared. They cannot talk about it because they have been intimidated to the level that no one can have access to speak what is hurting you. So it is a right time that the people of South Sudan, those who have access, more especially the ones who are outside the country, should add their voice to the international communities to support our people who are suffering home. At the moment, all people who have been in diaspora, they have supported their families to the need, but it is unable because the crises are increasing. You cannot even continue supporting people in Africa with little money that you also have. But the only thing we need to fight for the country. Let the country stand. Let there come a government that needs people, that take the responsibility of people, that caters for people. People are dying in maternity. Our mothers are dying in maternity. Our sisters, the facilities are not enough. There is no one who thinks like these people need a help. So until when all these things will be? Until when we'll continue to call ourselves country without knowing the importance of the country? Until when we'll continue pronouncing like we are also having our independence? Do we believe we have independence now? The reality, many people have given up with a belief that we have independence because there is no value in the independence and there is nothing that one can just realize like we are a country now. Otherwise, we are in total problems. The call is very genuine that we have to wake up, we have to raise up, we have to use our resources, we have to communicate to the international communities, to all our neighbors, those in good faith. It is a right time that we come together. Let us share with our colleagues even in other parts of the world. If you have colleagues in India, if you have colleagues in any part where you think they have mercy to the people of South Sudan, who might have felt that South Sudan has created a lot of problems through their leaders to the local people who have been suffering from 50s, they will join their hands. They will join their voices. They will join with their support in any way possible to see that we do everything together as a team. I appreciate everything that has been mentioned. It is a right time that we as South Sudanese, we speak one language. The reality is we have been broken into the pieces because of the leadership system we have. The leaders we have, the rulers, I'm very sorry to call them leaders. The leaders are for people, but rulers are for themselves. So now we had many people in the country were thinking maybe they will fight to change the country. But after getting in, now they are minding about the jobs. They are not longer concerned about the citizens. Even those on whom they fought together, they are abandoned in the bushes. No one is thinking about them, but they are in their AC rooms, driving good cars. So we are not longer interested in that. We need to ask the international communities. Let them see what is important about South Sudanese. How about the support they have rendered during the 21 years of liberation? How about the support they rendered in CPA period? How about the support they have rendered until South Sudan got independent? Why are they quiet this time? Why don't they come up and support South Sudanese who need to see that the country change? Let them open up another chapter for the people of South Sudan. It is a right time that we call at least for a new chapter. We will give up together with them all, but we need them really to come at this time. Let them listen to us. Countries like in Norway. Norway has been supporting South Sudan all over the liberation period. And I think it could be very important that the committee who is here should address a letter to the Norwegian government to understand, to see all the liabilities they have poured in supporting South Sudan for 21 years. But up to now, the country has become a liability. Their assets has gone on tear. So they should remember it. We appeal for more support. We appeal at least, let us make a change. Let us make difference this time, regardless of where you belong. Even if you're in any of the political party, in any of traditional group where you operate. Let us first think about South Sudan. Let us bring our heads together. I know that we are really talking out of anger, but already emotions are solved. It is action that is genuine that we are calling for. So let us move together. We see that 16th date of August becomes a fruitful day that will be written in the history of this new struggle, and everyone will appreciate it. It begins like this, but I believe at the end of the day, something new will come out. The liberation wars begins as a group of few people, but at the end of the day becomes a movement that brings change. And the world will see that everyone can move a step to make a journey. So we are on highway. We have to continue pushing. 16th day is going to be a great day, and it's going to be in the history of South Sudan as a new country based on our call. We should prepare our team together, what slogan we need to go with. And international community should really have this time to listen to us. And I believe it is upon me and you on what support do we need to put. We are already together. If it is financially, we'll try our best on whatsoever we can do. Physically, if we have access, all we'll do together. And in any possible means, I believe we can do as people of South Sudan, all brave men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Lolaku. I will go ahead and pass the mic to Brother Joke. Joke, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Sister Pam. Greetings to everyone. And thanks to the family of South Sudan is not a cup of tea. Very much appreciate the team members in South Sudan Peace Rally, and I appreciate you, Brother Mujassid, for the work that you're doing, and I appreciate all the minds and the individuals that are speaking in these social media spaces, advocating for the case of our people, the case of South Sudan. Yeah, we came from a place that we all know very well. It took many sacrifices to be at this stage in our struggle. And we always repeat, and we will continue to repeat, that liberation is a process. And for us to even speak of liberation is good we look deeply into the word. And here we are human beings. So there are things that should separate. There are clear and distinct lines between us and the rest of other living kinds. Animals move differently. The ability of us to think and think deeply about our issues separates us from just being instinctive people that are moved and react only to what is happening to the individual. As I said, it's a liberation, and the liberation is a process. And if it's a process, then any process demands commitment. And it seems we, the people of South Sudan, have not done that. Do not blame us very much. Where would the accountability be required is here now. At the time that many of us have been afforded opportunities that some, if not many, were not even thinking about or expecting themselves. At some point, I met with foreigners in the land that I had came to, and they would come at me with questions. Are you going to go back to your homeland? And I would tell them yes. People here are very open-minded, and they would ask any question. They would ask you, why are you here? That could be based on someone being curious, willing to know about an individual that he doesn't know where they come from or the country, the continent. If there is anything that I would appreciate is that we know a lot really coming from Africa, particularly Sudan. And South Sudan became a country while many of us are in foreign lands. Those of us who, and when I say of us, a few South Sudanese who were in London, who were in various parts of Europe, the West here, the United States of America, during our early days of the third uprising of our people in the process of our quest for independence of South Sudan. A few individuals who came for studies, those who came and applied for asylum, did their best. And they were able to galvanize in their individualistic capacities friends from lands that they have gone to and advocated for the movement to be supported. And they have not failed in doing that. They have done it with selfless commitment. Now is the time that we shouldn't even be looking to our friends, what could they do for us? And I don't mean to that we isolate ourselves, no. What I meant is that we are very many. If you just go to Australia, there are many of South Sudanese citizens, and you come to the US, Canada, Europe, we're everywhere. And forget the neighboring countries to us. I spoke of accountability, and that's why we need to all be accounted here. What are we doing? When the atrocities are magnified and multiplied, the speed has been accelerated. And our people, as we speak, are struggling in their villages, and they've been struggling in their villages. Brother Engineer Dominic spoke earlier about the situations in Upper Nile. Upper Nile being a producing, oil producing state, is in worse shape, like the rest of non-oil producing states in South Sudan. Why is that the case? Because as Brother Lala Kus stated clearly, we have rulers, we have looters, we have individuals who are very good in extracting our resources and selling them for pennies. Why? Because they do not know better. And I may even say they do not care. And they do not value the life of South Sudanese. They do not care about sovereignty. They have forgotten. And we should not waste our time. What matters is that once you know what is being done does not serve the interests of our people, any among us, and where their contribution would serve the people, not the individual leaders. I always say, coming from the background that we came from as people of South Sudan, we have been affected and impacted. And it shows when we address issues. It shows that we are very limited. And I very much respect the pain that we are going through. But through it, human beings are refined and redefined by the suffering that they are going through. They say in Arabic, أسأل المجرب ولا تسأل الطبيب ولا شنو كلام بالشكل ده. Why do they say that? Because you who has gone through pain, you're the only one knows very well how difficult that was or that is with you. And being human, that's where you become a true, real human being. And you look at issues now from a human lens. You are upgraded. We talk about saints and all of this for those who are Catholic. And we're revering foreigners. And we call them our saints, and all respect to you and all the religious background that are in South Sudan. I'm not intending here to insult anyone. I'm just speaking to, in an attempt to help us balance ourselves and be true human. The last incident that we're still watching is something. I'm not a movie guy. I watch documentaries. I don't like to spend time consuming violence. I do not. But we were presented with that fact. I had to watch it because this was the reality. It wasn't a movie. It was the reality that's taking place in our country, in my country. And that was not the first and will not be the end. I have repeated many times, we have lost a lot of people and we are going to lose more. And sometimes we come so calm to a point people may mistake you that you had been desensitized and don't feel pain or don't relate to the issues that are taking place. The fact that is not true. The fact is that because I know this is the reality we are dealing with, and if this is the reality, all the energy that I have now must be directed into only seeking avenues and ways. I've negotiated that with myself first. I've healed myself and I understand this is the reality that we are dealing with. And since this is it, all I could do is come out here and connect with my brothers and sisters who are dealing with our issues the same way that I'm dealing with. I appreciate the resilience of many of our people, those who are enduring this pain of injustices, but they have not given up to be human beings. They are still sure that this South Sudan could still be realized. Why? Because they live in places that were a mess at some point in time. But those people work tirelessly, selflessly, to improve things for themselves, to correct things for themselves. And they have succeeded. It came upon many lives that were used, or those individuals gave themselves, to make sure the generation that are coming are living in better circumstances, are living in a place where they have something to follow. Even now here where we live, in these Western democracies, they are still working to improve their democracies. They are still working to improve issues of injustices and all of that. If this is the case, and if we are truly learning from our own destruction and self-destruction that is taking place among ourselves, then there are things that we must reject. We must reject to be participants in the self-destruction process that is taking place. Should we stand aside and look? No. Should we expect salvation to come or to be brought to us by our friends, international organizations? No. We are committed, and we know that we are active participants in this process. And this simply is what the team here is doing. We are pleading for all of our people, wherever you are present, speak up. Many of you speak, I don't deal with politics. I'm not a party member to a political organization or human right or civil organization. How do you expect these things to change if you are not an active participant? These are the questions that we should be asking ourselves if we are truly honest. You should never be satisfied by just being a complainer. Complaining to who? Or a blamer. Blaming who? And why are you giving somebody else that power that you shouldn't be giving them? All is required of us is committing ourselves to being human and being active participants. Making sure this work, we are carrying it forward as we speak, and we are also doing what? Sharing with our youth, with community members, because our level of understanding this complex world of ours and geopolitical events is sometimes shallow, though we may be in places where information are available. Working through these complexities should be met by our intelligence. And I know we're gifted. All that there is that we are failing ourselves by not being active participants. Many of you detest, and I'm one of those people that spoke. I do not encourage violence, but it was Malcolm X that was talking, and I would go through this quickly. Malcolm X and King were advocating for their people here in the United States. Two of them were for the good of their people. Their approaches were different. Malcolm advocated using violence. If you attack, you must respond. King was committed to nonviolence. What were they fighting for? The rights of their people and the rights of humans. Some people may mistaken Malcolm as somebody who hated white people. That was not true. He was humanist at his core, but he made sure that if there was violence, that violence must be met with violence. Opposite to King. And this is what we need to do as people of South Sudan. Whatever means that you believe in, don't be a bystander. Commit your time. And here where we are in the United States, we have the power to expose the atrocities that are taking place in our country. We say South Sudan is not an island. It is a member of international bodies that signed to protect human rights. And as it has failed and continue to fail in protecting human rights, we should be the first to stand on the regime face, given the proximity. We have that distance, we have the protection, we have everything else. Why are we betraying our people? By denying to be the voice of the voiceless. This is a question to all of us. In May, we had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. We presented to the United States government our concerns. We are citizens of this country too. Our youth are losing it here. Why? Because they are very disconnected from their homelands. They are very connected from their communities. Why? Because most of us who are here are working day and night. And giving excuses to our children, we are helping you people back home. It's not that that is a lie, that's the fact. But what we are not realizing, we are sacrificing the generations that are growing up here. We are unable to take them to vacation. They go to school with people that are with no issues. And what are we doing? We are only trying to convince them that we have issues back home, we can't afford to take them to vacation. So when they come back and meet with their peers, they are not teased. Do we even have time to sit with them and try to make sense to them why things are the way they are with us? Why are we not afford to take them to vacations or take them to their basketball activities or sporting activities that they deserve as young people growing up? We are not doing that. What is happening here? we are sacrificing generation that was expected to be given back to our people back home. Some grew up in Khartoum and some other places, and they're giving back to South Sudan as we speak. I have my relatives, those who grew up here in the States. They are in many places back in Africa. Why? Because their parents had time for them. They went to work and came back. They were taught this is where you come from. And they took Africa, not just South Sudan, that's home for them. We have to really have a vision for our youth here and our youth back home. We are supposed to be bridge builders between the diaspora and those who are back home. And if things are not going right, it's on us here to advocate for the rights of our innocent sisters who are being raped, brothers who are being shot because they are suspected of being members of armed opposition groups within South Sudan.
My apologies for the joke. If you can conclude for now, we'll give you more chance.
Sure. I'm concluding. Yeah. Our people are left to fight themselves. This decreasing our numbers, and every life that we are losing is a life that should be producing for South Sudan, should be protecting South Sudan, should be working for future generations of young South Sudanese. Those who are able to come out. If you are not able to come out, support in whatever way or shape that is possible for you. I'll stop here. Thank you, Sister Pam, and thank everyone that's listening. And our struggle continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Job. Also, I wanted to take an excuse from Brother Amin, Logweli, and John, and also Mujasif. Before I go back to you to the studio, I'm going to give chance to Sister Chong because she's at work. She just needs a couple of minutes, and then we'll proceed with the line. So, Sister Chong, please go ahead. The mic is yours.
أول شيء تحية لكم شبابنا شبابنا الأفاضل سيستر بام مجاسف أبراهام بامبي الروم جاء صراحة إير وكل الأمين جوك الاسم الثاني ما قادر أقرأ معليش صوتي ما تمام لأنه الساعة 6 عندنا صباحا يعني أول كلام لسه حتكلم فوقه من قمته هنا في كلاب هاوس في الروم بتاعهم بحييكم تحية بتاعت إجلال جيت فوق بس عشان أشجعكم ليس إلا وأقول لكم أمشوا لقدام وإنه بلدنا بجد محتاجة لكم ومحتاجة لكل فرد منا محتاجة إنه إحنا نستور محتاجة إنه إحنا نتكلم محتاجة إنه إحنا نعمل اللي بنقدر عليهم وأنا بجد برضو فخورة بالناس اللي مشوا last time في واشنطن دي سي اللي عملته حاجة كبيرة وأكيد مسجل في التاريخ واللي حتعملوه this time كمان حاجة كبيرة وأكيد مؤثر في نفوس الناس التانيين حتى اللي هم ما قادرين يمرقوا لكن they will and they always will appreciate المجهود الكبير اللي انتوا عملتوه. So go ahead يا جماعة. التغيير بيجي لكن بيجي عن طريق الشباب دائما. الشباب هم العمود الفقري لكل دولة. الشباب هم العمل هم اليد الكبيرة هم الساعد الأيمن حتى للحكومة. الشباب هم اللي بيعملوا التغيير المجتمعي. لو في أي حاجة كويسة الشباب هم اللي بيقوموا بها. الشباب هم المستقبل هم المنارة. فأنتم منارتنا ونحن فخورين بك ونحن عارفين إنكم هتعملوا الأكثر. نتمنى إنكم المرة دي يا جماعة تنضموا وتجوا لأنه القصة كل يوم بقت تتفاقم أكثر. يعني كل يوم هسه يا جماعة من السنة اللي فاتت لحد هسه في كم أحداث حصلت بجد جرحتنا كثير إحنا كساوث سودانيز. يعني بنحس إنه كأنه الحكاية ماشية للأسوأ. instead of الناس تتغير. زمان بيقولوا لك يا أخي كثرة التكرار بتعلم الشطار. ما ده يقول حمار عشان ما أقدر أكون رود، لكن المصريين بيقولوا بيعلم الشطار. يعني أنت أصلا ما ممكن الناس تكون بتتكلم في ضمن 24 hours وأنت شايف العالم ماشي لوين وأنت ماشي باكوردز. يعني ما شغال إلا في دولتنا الحبيبة. بدل الناس يمشوا لقدام الناس ماشيين للأسفل، والأخلاق بقت تبقى أقعد وطريقة التعامل بقت تكون أشنع. وأنتوا شفتوا في اليومين اللي فاتوا كيف كانت في السوشيال ميديا الحاجات اللي حصلت للمناضل الشاب اللي في عمركم، اللي احنا كلنا برضو يعني رفع راسنا وحسينا انه يس ساوث السودان لسه فيه خير، لسه فيه شباب، لسه فيه ناس رجال بجد يعني دايرين التغيير they will do it. والموت عندهم ولا حاجة. أنه أنتوا شفتوا قلبك هو كيف كان بيتكلم، كيف كان بيضحك، وكيف ماسك الحكاية عادي، because هو أدى نفسه already داير التغيير. يا إما دولة زي دي إن شاء الله تموت أحسن ذاته. إذا أنا ما بدي أغيظ للموت، لكن بدعوكم إنكم ما تكونوا صايلا، إنكم تتكلموا. وأنتوا الشباب بصراحة كده الناس الكبار دي زي ما أنتوا قلتوا مشوا زي ما أنا عارفة شخصيا ودوا البلد لاتجاه الغلط. الدور دوركم دلوقتي يا شباب عشان تسوروا، عشان تتكلموا، عشان ما تغيروا. وأضعف الإيمان زي ما بقول هو التغيير باللسان. لسانكم بيتكلم، يدينكم اللي بتقدروا تعملوه اعملوا. الرالي ده امشوا لهم. أنا متأكدة إنه هناك في نيويورك أو إنه في يو اس اي في شباب كتار، أو في هنا في الكلاب هاوس شباب كتار، في السوشيال ميديا شباب كتار. وينكم؟ ليه يكونوا شباب معينين بس؟ كلكم كده كولكتيفلي لازم نشتغلوا يا جماعة، لازم إيد على إيد، ونحن الكبار من وراكم من خلفكم نشجعكم ونتكلم معاكم. بس أتمنى إنه المرة دي أشوف شباب أكتر من اللي أنا شفته المرة اللي فاتت. أتمنى إنكم يا جماعة تاخذوا الموضوع بجدية، لأنه ما في هزار تاني، صدقوني ما في هزار. وإنه الوقت ماشي، وإنه ده كله خصما عليكم أنتم. يعني أي واحد فيكم هنا بيفتكر إنه أنا قاعد برا أنا I'm living a luxury life وأنا ما لي دعوة بالآخرين، الحكاية دي حتلف وحتتأثر بها أنت بكل الطرق التانية، لأنك أنت إنسان ولازم يكون عندك بلدك. الإنسان ده شنو هو؟ الإنسان هو إنسان في شخصه، لكن كرامتك وين لازم يكون عندك أرضك، عندك مكانتك، عندك محلك اللي أنت بترجع له مهما مشيت. لو مشيت القمرة بترجع لحتتك اللي بتعززك، اللي بتخليك تحس إنك بجد إنسان. ونحن الكلام ده قاعد نحس به. Whenever we go back to visit you will feel you are home. حتى لو أنت في الماضي، حتى لو وسخان إزاي you will always feel home. So home مهم جدا إنه إحنا كلنا نساهم في إنه نرفع، نساهم في إنه نغيره إلى الأحسن، نساهم إنه نطوره، نساهم إنه نقول للغلط غلط وللصح صح. دي مساهمتنا اللي إحنا ممكن نقولها. So أنا بشكركم وبتمنى منكم الشباب، بس معلش أنا يا دوب كان بديت الشغل. بتمنى منكم الشباب وبشجع الشابات القائمات دائما هم واقفات في الموضوع من بدأ الاتفاق على يوم الرالي. يعني بام وبامبي وناس مجازف وناس أبراهام الرئيس أبراهام كل الذين يعني بجد ملتزمين التزام جد. أنا بشكركم، والشكر بتاعي ده is not because وانتوا بس يعني لازم الواحد يشكر ساكت، لا، قالوا أشكر زولك أشكره في حياته، قول عنه الكويس في حياته. It's not because هو ده حاجة هو مفروض عليه، لا، لأنه ده واجب هو قام له، ولأنه الواجب ده بسطني أنا شخصيا وبيبسط الآخرين، لأنه هيغير من وضعي، هيغير من وضع الآخرين. فشكركم واجب، وما أتمنى إنه أسمع كلام إنه الناس يشكروهم إلا في زمن الموت. نشكركم وأنتم حيين لأي خطوة جميلة أنتم تعملوها من أجل جنوب السودان أفضل. عشان كده بقول لكم سوري يا بامبي، سوري يا بامبي، سوري يا بني، سوري يا دومونيكا، سوري كلارا، سوري أباني، سوري تريزا، سوري كل النسوان الموجودين في المنصة، سورو شبابنا مجازف، سورو أبراهام، سورو بامبي، سورو إير، سورو كل الموجودين، جوك أمين، كل الموجودين في الروم، سورو من أجل جنوب السودان أجمل من أجل جنوب السودان أحسن من أجل غد مشرق لأطفالكم ولأطفالنا. سورو لأنه ما عندنا سكة تانية غير ما إنه نثور ونقول لا للظلم، لا للفساد، لا للدمار، لا للقتل، لا للتشريد، نعم للتطور، نعم للتقدم، نعم للإصلاح. ده اللي إحنا عاوزينه. خلوا هتافكم وخلي هتافك يعلى ويزيد. زغرتي وزيد الثورة 1000 شهيد. سنين يا بامبي، سنين يا بام، سنين يا أبراهام، سنين وين يقول لنا؟ سنين يا جوك مضت بينا ونحن بنعاني مرارة الحرمان. غيب الثورة في عيوننا جوا قلوبنا في غليان. زاد الظلم في بلادي وضاعت قيمة الإنسان. وكنتوا شفتوا كيف قيمة الإنسان ضاعت في جنوبنا. إنه عادي كده بس بيقعدوكم ويرشوكم زي ما حصل حاجة ويصوروكم أو يربطوكم ويخدوكم في محل في بيت ويحرقوكم زي الحطب. إذا قيمة الإنسان ضاعت والظلم زاد في بلادنا وضاعت قيمة الإنسان. لكن يوم يفجر البركان بنور العلم والإيمان، وأنا متأكدة إنه الإيمان ده موجود فيكم، حيتجمع عقدنا المنصور، لأنه بجد عقدنا اتنسر، عقدنا اتشتت في كل المحل. حيتبين حقنا المهدور لأنه حقنا اتشال زي ما هو. حيتوحد شعبنا المقهور، وأكيد كلنا حنتوحد وندي إيد واحدة. مارد يحطم الأغلال، عنيد جسور، سائر يدمر الطغيان، قلاع جسور. سوري يا بامبي، سوري يا بام، سوري يا مجازي، سوري يا أبراهام، سوري يا إير، سوري يا أمين، سوري يا جون، سوري يا دومينيك، سوري يا موريس، سوري يا بشير، سوري يا جوك، سوريا كبير، سوريا مارتن، سوريا رجب، سوريا كل الروم. سوروا وخلوا هتافكم يعلى ويزيد من أجل جنوب السودان أفضل، ومن أجل غد مشرق لأطفال أصحاء. بشكركم على 3 ولا 5 دقائق اللي أنا أخذتها، وممتنة لكم جدا جدا. شكرا وإلى الأمام.
Thank you, Sister Joel. It's always a pleasure listening to you. You are an أخت المنادلة. You are always very supportive and fighting for our country. May God bless you. Before I go to Amin, Sister Bambi, I saw you blinking your mic. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Charlie. We missed you. I always love listening to you, your words of encouragement, of word of love for your country, and inshallah we'll see you in New York. Thank you so much. We love you.
Thank you, Sister Bambi. Before I go to Amin, I want to hand the mic to Mujasif. We're just gonna take a short break and have Mujasif take the mic in the studio, and then we'll come back to Clubhouse. Mujasif, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sister Pam, and I would like to acknowledge our Sister Shaw by her words of encouragement. And I would like also to welcome all of you, those who are in the stage here, to give their words of encouragement for this rally that will take place on the 16th of September 2022. And we still have a big problem in South Sudan. Our country is bleeding. But I'm going to play a short video just to remember when the people of ABA came out with numbers, and they refused totally that, all the human right violations that were being took in their places, the killings, and, also, the attack that have been attacked by some of their brothers, and they refuse totally that, the killing is not the place for us in South Sudan. So I'm going to play this video just to let the South Sudanese to know that there's some people, they can come out with numbers. And also this will give a very strong message for those who are in diaspora. They can come with numbers because nobody is going to attack them. Just imagine people in ABA, they come with numbers, And when you come with numbers, nobody is going to do nothing for you, and God is going to protect you. Even inside South Sudan, I'm not asking people to come out in South Sudan. I know very good, but when you want to come out outside in the street, so it is your responsibility, of course. But we will, that everything will work in the way how God's wanted. So as Dominic said, that all these videos and the killings that is happening in Mayom, it don't come by mistake. So this is a preparation of God to show to the people and to the world that there is a lot of things that is taking place in South Sudan, and that show us, things are not going fine. And in the same time, as Brother Galwak was really a man that want to tell to the international community, here I am, I accept to be one of the South Sudanese to be killed in the way how we see they kill him. Anyway, I'm going to play this video shortly for those who are in the Facebook, but those who are in the clubhouse, I don't think they are going to see nothing, only they will hear the shouting of the people on the street. So I'm going to play it right now.
Order the UN! Order the UN! Order the UN!
So this is the video from, I think it was from ABA, that's 2-3 months. And I'm going to play also another video when, they shot some of our brothers, the way how we saw it in Mayom, and it is not acceptable. I'm going to play this video as well. So, and yeah, I know how it is, but that's how South Sudan is. Yeah.
Gor ka tong bi
Yeah, so Pam, I think I will end here, and then you can continue in the clubhouse as well. I played 2 videos. One, the video when people came out in ABA, and the second video when they shot fire squad by South Sudan, defense forces to their colleagues without bringing them to the books. So Pam, can you go ahead? Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Majestic. I wanted to thank all the audience here in Clubhouse and also those who are in Facebook and in YouTube as well. And I wanted to welcome Brother Bashir and John and Brother Morris to the stage. So I also want to remind the audience again, go ahead and contribute to the GoFundMe. Even if you're not coming, it's very important to contribute. By contributing, you are sponsoring someone else that cannot afford coming there to New York, but they want to come there. So that way we will be able to help them make it to New York, or even by being able to provide them hotel room where they can stay. And for some, we have some people who reach out because they are afraid to put their GoFundMe there because they don't want the government to see their name. If you do not want to donate with your name, you can choose any names that you want to donate with. When you go there and press donate, it's gonna give you an option whether you want to use your real name or an alias. You can choose any alias that you want. Also, you choose to donate anonymous. That way no one will know. And if you want us to know, you can just donate anonymous and let Bambi, me, or Abraham know that you donate. Otherwise, if you do not want to go that route, please message Abraham or Bambi or I or any of the rally team. We will direct you to the right channel on how you can donate without putting your money directly to GoFundMe if you're uncomfortable. This rally is important, not just for us, but for everyone in South Sudan. As long as you are South Sudanese, this rally is important. The future of our country is depend on all of us. It does not depend on Abraham, does not depend on Pam, does not depend on Bambi. It depends on every single South Sudanese, especially those who are in diaspora. You have a big role to play because we have freedom to be able to protest if we do not like something, a freedom to be able to speak up if we see injustice. But those who are back home, even though we've seen a couple of days ago, people in Konyo, for example, in Juba, where they went to protest for their food, some of them got shot and they were all arrested for just asking for prices to go down. But here in the United States, we can do that. If you're in Australia, you can do that. In Europe, you can do that. That's why we can stand up and fight for those people, because over there, they do not have the freedom to speak up, to ask for the basic things in life. Imagine how much we take those things for granted, and those people are dying over the basic human needs. So I encourage you to tell a friend. I also want everyone in Facebook, in YouTube, in Clubhouse, you be the ambassador of this rally. Spread the word. Tell a friend, tell a neighbor, tell a family member that South Sudanese are going to New York City at the UN Assembly in September 16 of this year. We are going to stand there and tell Salva Kiir and Riek Machar, enough is enough. Tell the government, Wani Iga, all the government that in South Sudan are MPs that are not speaking, that are seeing people being killed every day. People are being kidnapped. People are being raped, and they are not doing anything about it. Children are being raped. Just this year, we saw a little girl who are like 5 years old, raped by 3 men, killed and thrown into a African toilet, right? But not much justice was done there. They only paid these families. And this thing, imagine that only came out because there were people who spoke out. The same thing happening everywhere in South Sudan. Just a couple of days ago, we found out about our brother who is from Maban that came up and telling us about things that happening in Maban. So imagine, we only hear through media. Imagine those who are living in a rural area that do not have access to smartphone, that cannot come out and tell the stories. What are they going through? So that's where we have to come in. We have to stand up for them. So we have to be the ambassador. We have to be the ones who stand for justice. So spread the word, please. Go ahead, spread the word to a friend of a friend, anyone who feels and knows for a fact that there is injustice happening in South Sudan. Please come, even if it doesn't affect you directly, but you know that it affects someone that you know. You have to come and stand up, because today it might not touch you or your family or your tribe, but tomorrow, believe me, it will come to you. So there is don't wait until it comes to your turn, because when it comes to your turn, you will regret. You will regret and you will say, I wish I have been there. I wish I have stood up and stopped it when it happened to my neighbor. Maybe it would have never come to me. I'll go ahead and pass the mic and give it to Amin. Brother Amin, the mic is yours.
I appreciate you, Sister Pam, and I want to thank everybody up here and down there. في البداية خلينا نترحم لأرواح الجنوبيين اللي بيموتوا كل يوم بسبب النظام الفاسد، نظام الظالم، نظام القاتل ومساس الدماء في جوبا. أترحم على أرواحهم، وبرضه أنا بطلب بدعو للشفاء عاجل للجراح وبرضه العودة سالم وغانم للمفقودين. I'm very excited about the peace rally in New York City, in our United Nations headquarters. ده فرصة ثمينة احنا عشان احنا نوري للعالم انه احنا ما راضيين بالحاجة الحاصل في جنوب السودان. We're not actually condoning it, and we're not gonna accept it, and we are fed up. We are really fed up with the system. هم خلوا سلام بتاعهم ولا سلام المنشطة, whatever they call it, you know, we're not buying into it. جابوا بأعذار إنه قالوا نفذوا 27%. أنا ما أعرف المقياس تاع سلام ده بقى بشنو بمليمتر ولا بسنتيمتر ولا بمايل. I'm not buying all that. You know, this is all nonsense and this is all lying. يا جماعة النظام ده بلد ده ما حقه, جنوب السودان ده حقنا كلنا. ياهو you know قبل كم يوم قتلوا ناس قدوة. ما في زول من برلمانيين اللي بيقولوا برلمانيين 550 ولا 560 doesn't make any difference anyways. 5 نائب رئيس, for God's sake, none of them say something. يجي النائب بتاع مايا يجي يقولوا we don't have a rubber bullet. You know, that's the best they can say. الناس مواطنين وزن مشى في كونيو وطلبوا بالتخفيض الأسعار بتاع السلة الأساسية. You know, basic necessity. You know, قالوا ما عندهم الطلق العناية اللي بيقولوا شنو رابط إلا طلق حي. يعني إحنا مشينا للدي سي في ماي, لو كان ده في جنوب السودان كان قتلونا كلنا. حتى مشينا هسه لنيويورك يوم 16 شهر الجاي, معناها احنا كلنا كده ماشيين انه كنا نكونوا ميتين. لكن احنا نقدر نقول حاجه هنا, النظام ده واجيال النظام يفهموا حاجه واحد, احنا خلاص الموت ده بقى احنا ما خايفين منه. We accepted it. ده اخونا ده. I don't think I'm speaking here I'm better than Agalwak or better than anybody that قتلوه في جنوب السودان بكلام فارغ سايد عشان بس هم قالوا رأي بتاعهم. Don't just choose, made a choice, don't want to be part of the نظام or against the نظام, طوال ما يعيش يقتلوه. ده النظام احنا ما حنقبله, and we're not gonna back down في النظام ده. لو ركوب راس احنا هنركب راس. You know, I'm ready. أنا هركب الراس, ما احنا كلنا الجنوبيين ركوب راس ده كلنا عندنا. Is in our blood actually. في دمنا. فمن هسه لقدام يا جماعة, I want to thank you guys all for being consistent. احنا قلنا مرة اللي فاتت we're gonna be in the DC, we did it, and we say it. We say we're gonna after DC we're gonna go to New York, and everything we have been saying it comes into fruition, you know. And I'm proud of you, and I'm glad that we're gonna do the job. We will get the job done. أنا بطلب طلب إنه أي زول from your phone list, your friends, your family, call at least 10 people. Tell them about the DC, the New York rally. Whether they come or they should support it. Let them support it or they come to New York. جنوب السودان ده حقنا كلنا. نبطل الأعذار الميتة و blaming games. All this thing does not gonna matter at all. You know, let the history actually يسجل الحاجات اللي احنا قاعدين نعمل ده, and it will not go in vain. I'm so glad that we are on the same page, and أنا بتمنى إنه الناشطين في السوشيال ميديا ما تسمعوا كلام بتاع النظام يقول احنا مجرمين في السوشيال ميديا. هم المجارمة, هم القاتلة القتلة والحرامية والناس الكل يوم بيمسسوا في الدماء شعبنا الوطني. الشتاء كله مودرال ده أي روم يفتحها. Let's talk about the rally in the community level, in the social media level, at all levels. Let's talk about this New York rally. It's a huge deal, and I heard that being repeated, and I think we got the sense of it. You know, this is a bigger deal. احنا نكون هناك. Whatever the شعار اللي انت داير ترفعه هناك, to bring the نظام down. Our goal is نظام ده إلى مزبلة التاريخ, to the dustbin of history must go. All, كلهم, you know. أنا ما دا أكتر كلام في الناس كتار هنا. الجماعة إحنا نشيد هنا. I strongly believe, I'm very confident that we can be able to achieve this. ما بعد 10 سنة. سنة نظام ده في أضعف أوقاته منذ أوقات الفات كلها. They're in a weakest position right now, you know. So we can do it all together. Let's forgive each other. Let's move on. Let's do it. God bless. Back to you, Sister Bam.
Thank you, Brother Amin. I have to, Brother Sabata, I see you say you're back. Sabata was having a little bit of network issues, so I'll go ahead and pass the mic back to you, Sabata. The mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Sister Sam. I also want to thank administration of South Sudan. It's not a cup of tea. I also want to thank all those who have come today to participate in this discussion.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Brother Sabata, for some reason. Your voice is cutting. Yeah, you seem to be in the matrix.
Yes. Okay. Fine.
Okay, let me know when you have more bars. All right, I'll come back to you. We'll come back to you because we can barely hear you. So I'll just go ahead and pass the mic to Loki Lodi Cartimelo. The mic is yours.
Hello. Can you guys hear me loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Thank you, him and Muchasi, for all the speakers up here for giving me this opportunity. What can I say? You guys spoke volumes, and each and every South Sudanese can hear you guys from here, and our brothers down there as well. They're listening to this message that comes from brothers and sisters of South Sudan. There's a saying that our Martin Luther King said that our freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. And this word has resonated. And it was said a long time ago and still up to now. You know, what I'm trying to say is that we thought that we have our freedom when we were fighting against the Jalaba or the Arabs from Northern Sudan. And that's what we thought we have. But instead, we didn't have that freedom yet. So we still need demanding for the freedom that we really want. The freedom that our forefathers have already thought of. The freedom that whereby each and every person can be able to live freely in their nation, to love their nation with all their heart, to go back to their homes and do whatever they have to do. This is the freedom we're talking about. This is the freedom you can see some of our brothers and sisters enjoying all over the world. For some of us who are in Western world, we enjoy the freedom of those forefathers of this nation who fought for it for years, to make freedom for other people. And that's why we're here. And the same thing, we're demanding for the same freedom for our people in South Sudan. What is really ironic is that our own brothers are the one who doesn't want us to be free. The same people that you call them South Sudanese, they don't want their own brothers and sisters to be free. Instead, they just want to oppress them. And that's not right. It's not right at all. Each and every person demands how to be free. You need to be free to do whatever you want to do. You want to be free to just go on the streets and walk, and no one's going to disturb you. And it's a freedom that we want for our nation. How long are we going to stay in the same dilemma, day in, day out? Brothers and sisters, if you guys cannot see that our nation is suffering, then sometimes there's no purpose of us living. For God loved the world so much that he gave his begotten son as a sacrifice for those who are believers, as a sacrifice of their sins. For we've seen that our people are dying day in, day out. General Galwak is one of them. He gave his life. The way he was killed. I think he was happy. He was happy because he's got a message for all of us. That video that was taken, it was really good to be taken because video and pictures, they say more than 1,000 words. We've heard, we've read books and maybe listened to the news and stuff like that. But look, whatever we've seen just a few days ago is deplorable. But at the same time, it could be the path for the freedom of our people. It's a matter, like what Dominic said before. It has to be remembered in the history of South Sudan. Because if we, our own people, the black people, can kill each other just in that way, in front of the social media, shooting them like if you're just shooting like animals, you know, it's not anything. They do it day in, day out, but it's about time that it has to come out. You cannot hide things for a long time. One day you have to bring that lamp and put it on lampstand so that everyone can be able to see that there's a light there. You cannot hide it under your bed. So those who Salva Kiir think they've been hiding all this time. No. It will one day come out. For people dying. For people suffering. Look at the inflation of the nation. People using dollars instead even of our currency. You know, it's hard really to see that, you know, we've got a beautiful nation. And when people want to go on the streets and demonstrate, you know, for the pain they're having, and you just say, no, you're not allowed to do that. What's the purpose of you governing us then? You better just leave for us to be free. Let the sheep go wherever they have to go. If you're not a good leader, that can be able to lead them and take care of them. You're not there only for yourself. You're meant to be there for the people of South Sudan. It's a very big job. But that job can be done in the right way. Because you need to know your purpose while in that office. If you want to build your own mansion and stay somewhere else, go and build and stay somewhere else. But don't rule the people. Don't just, you know, you don't take care of them and you're just trying to subdue them, you know, whenever they feel that it's a pain. Who's not lost someone in South Sudan? We all lost people, brothers and sisters, fathers, uncles, aunties, in different ways. Some of them even up to now, they're still alive, they're still being traumatized by our own brothers and sisters. And they cannot even find ways that it can be addressed because this system doesn't allow them to do it. And you claim that we've got a nation. We keep going around asking for donors to give us money. We're going to use this money to help our nation, to build our nation. No. It's going to build our stomach. It's going to build our families. You're going to allow, like one of the brothers saying that some of the kids of those elites, they live in the Western world and they live in a lavish life. I think that's true. I met one of the guys who told me this, he's from Burundi. He was telling me that the way how these kids of South Sudan, how they waste money. Especially one day when he was in Nairobi and he saw the son of Salva Kiir having a wedding. He said he's never seen a wedding like that. Not only just seeing the wedding, at the end of the wedding, this son of Salva Kiir was just giving people dollars. Take it for free. While people in South Sudan are suffering, are dying. Is that what you fought for? Is that what you went to the bush for? The purpose of this rally is to raise the voice of the voiceless. For those who are getting killed during their broad life, who are getting killed at night, who are getting tortured right now, even in Blue House, who've been arrested right now, even that they can't even see justice. When Galuk was getting killed, and I could see the person who was next to him, and he was holding the phone, he must be communicating with someone from higher up, someone from J1. It could be someone from J1, you know. And they're telling us that, oh, you know, we'll try and find those ones who done that, you know, extra judicial killings. No, you know about it. You are the one who authorized it to happen. Yeah, Jama, South Sudan belongs to all of us. South Sudan is for South Sudanese. Our tribes determines where we come from, but doesn't determine that we cannot be united for the purpose of our nation. Because each and every person who are here felt the whip of this government. And let us not support it at all. Let us contribute for the purpose. For our brothers and sisters who are in America, to go to New York on December the 16th. As I heard before, they were saying that, you know, they're going to be even South Sudan is going to be there as well. The delegates from South Sudan, they're going to be there, and I think it's going to be a good moment for them. They can be able to answer those questions, because our brothers and sisters are going to be having those placards with all the pictures of our brothers and sisters who got butchered, who got killed, who got traumatized. To be honest, there's a lot of pictures. A young lady who was pregnant, somewhere in the A, they cut her open, take the fetus out, and left her die. They chopped kids with pangas or machetes. They do it day in, day out. This is not the world we want to live in. South Sudan is considered now the worst country in the whole world. People don't even allow to go there. You go there at own risk, because there's no law and order. Those of Galwak would have been brought to the books and tried if they found them actually guilty. It may take months or years. But no, within a certain period of time, even less than a month, less than even a week, they just killed them. What kind of justice do we have in our nation? And we cannot stand here and support this government. I was really happy yesterday in some of the forums and some of the brothers who said, I used to be supporting this government, but from now, whatever I've seen with my own eyes, I'm not going to support this government again. But this thing, we've been talking about this thing for years. For years, some of our brothers have been talking for years. But because they don't listen to what people are saying, they don't want to read the books. They don't even go on the internet and try to read all these news. Brothers and sisters, South Sudanese, let us give in. In this forum right now, I think I could only see 1,450 US dollars out of the 10,000 that was asked. In this room right here, there's about, those who visited this room, it's almost over 100 people. If you can just put even $20 of yours, it can make a difference. It can make a difference. And the purpose is to go and do what they've asked for. Those pilots cost money. The t-shirts, the time they're going to be spending over there, it needs money. Your $20 is nothing, but your $20 could be worthwhile for the voices of those who are suffering. It will stop all the suffering that we have in our nation. We are so gifted. When I look at the podium right now, where we are, we've got people from different parts of life, but they're all South Sudanese. They're all crying for the same thing. Some of us even cry in our rooms when we hear, when we see pictures and videos like this. Some of us even can cry in front of the people, of the media. Some of us even right now crying inside, from inside. Don't look at yourself. as a tribe, or look at yourself as South Sudanese. Because this whip is felt every part of the nation. Don't be complacent. Don't say it's not going to reach me. No, it will reach you. And I think it's already reached you. It will reach your brother, friend, and whatever. Since 2013 up to now, people are getting killed. Even beyond that as well. Like the other day, I was talking to one of my cousins. You know, how his uncle got killed in Day Pro Light in Juba. That was a few years ago. This was before 2009 or something like that. And he was a police officer. Not an officer, actually, one of the police captain. They brought out, and the same people killed him. They're right now, they're still there. They haven't even brought them to books. This is not the nation we want. We need a nation where there is law and order has to be respected. Even if the president makes something wrong, he'll be brought to justice. And he needs to face, the penalty or the punishment of that crime he or she may have committed. So Pam, Joseph, and all the other brothers and sisters who are up here, and plus our brothers and sisters who are listeners down there. And I do know that even the government officials, they also out there, they listen to this. It's about time that we need to bring a stop to this. They are fired to have like 5 vice presidents, 500 MPs, and you can see killings like this and no one can even talk about it. And I think there was a video that I saw where Salva Kiir and I think this president from Sudan, they were talking about, when you arrest these people and they were given to South Sudan. I think he mentioned something like, I think something I think I'm not clear about. He mentioned about that if you get something like that, you better stop it. So if you don't stop it now, it's gonna bite someone else. I mean, I'm not really sure, but I think something like that. What kind of analogies can you use as a president? In other parts of the world, you see, whenever there's killings like this, the president stands up and they condemn this kind of killings and bring those people to books. Everything that happened in the nation, but in South Sudan, they always go quiet. 2020, it happened in parts of Ye and Lanya, creating those IDPs. And those was created by who? By the SLM or SSPDF, whatever it is, they're all the same thing. And none of them even stood up and condemned it. But when the son of Salva Kiir did that thing in Juba, not only in Juba, even I think something happened in the northern part of South Sudan, and they sort of like formed sort of like a committee that was headed by Waniga. So we need a leader that's able to feel the pain of each and every person in South Sudan. Brothers and sisters, you guys got the voice. The power is in your hands. The power is in your pockets. You can do wonders. It's an investment. You're investing for that freedom that we're calling for. So don't hold back. If you got $1,000, put it in. If you got $500, put it in. If you got $50, put it in. If you got even $20, just put it in. Just put it in. That money maybe you're going to be wasting, maybe buying a liquor or maybe a cigarette or maybe buying some McDonald's and stuff like that. Just put it in there. And believe me, between now and then, you'll see there's going to be a lot of change in our nation. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Mujasib. Thank you, everybody, for giving me this chance. And I yield the mic back to you.
Thank you, Brother Lafili. You have spoken well, Brother Brother Sabata. I see you opening your mic. Go ahead. The mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Sister Pam. Thank you, Brother Mujasib. And I also want to thank the administration of South Sudan. It's not a cup of tea. Fellow South Sudanese, in particular the youth, the choice has become very clear. Some elites are trying to define the character of your country, and they have really shamed all of you. Now, it's up to you to correct this. If you don't correct it, then you will always walk around with the stigma that these elites have already painted upon you. Brothers and sisters, these elites have robbed you of your resources. The education that brothers and sisters down there could have received from the resources, The elites have taken those resources for their personal gains, for their family gains, and they have kicked you under the bus. And the few brothers and sisters who are back home are trying their best to sometimes come out, but they are being threatened. Now you who have been led to the United States of America and some other parts of first world, so that you go and learn some concepts of how freedom is supposed to be, and to be free, so that you will also come out on demonstrations to speak out on behalf of your brothers and sisters. The choice is yours. Now, if you choose to turn your backs on your brothers and sisters down there, if you choose to bury your heads on the sand and do nothing and sit on couches, watch some football or some soccer games here and there, and do nothing, buy drinks, smoke, and do nothing for what is going in your country, the shame goes to you. You will have no dignity, because sons and daughters of other people in different countries are walking with their noses up. But you, tomorrow, next tomorrow, it will be said you. First of all, the question to you is, where have you come from? When you try to answer, then the next question is, originally, where are you from? And if you mention the country, then the shame will come to you, because you have done nothing to fix it. So please, I'm asking you, let us all sacrifice the time we have, the resources we have, the energy we have, in order to rewrite what has already been labeled out there upon you. It is not cool to be called useful idiots by your neighbors. It is not cool to always be asked, what is wrong with your country? Because every time this question rings in your ears, what is wrong with your country? I will bet you there is nothing wrong with the land. The land is rich. It's all about what is wrong with the people. Are you people okay? Are you people standing up for injustices? Or are you people just chilling out, making fun here and there, having a good time in neighborhoods, and allowing your country to be robbed by elites who have actually brought us where we are? Ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Sudanese, youth in particular, it's time to rise up. It's time to go to New York. It's time to go before the UN. It's time to go and speak to the UN. It's time to speak to the UN also in front of Kir. It's time to convey to Kir that we don't like his style of governance. It's time to convey to the United Nations that we don't like Kir's style of governance. It's also time to tell them that we don't want them to support Kir. It's time to start establishing the betterment of our people back home, so that tomorrow, next tomorrow, we will not be seeing generation of people who only are left drinking, or ladies who are left selling themselves out to the same elites who are destroying the future. Brothers and sisters, youth, please, let's join our hands. Let's all go out there and let's cheer for reforms. Let's all call out for Kir to go, and for the United Nations not to support Kir. Let's all stand together, united. Brothers and sisters, I don't have much to say. I thank those who have already put their money. I thank those who have already obtained their tickets. I'm also thanking those who are already at the verge of getting their tickets. Please do so. And brothers and sisters, let's stand with our brothers and sisters who have already started this. I feel so sad that we are having sisters also leading together with Abraham. It's not supposed to be like that, especially brothers, youth who are in corners of neighborhoods, drinking, smoking, and doing nothing. look, your sisters are doing that. What kind of man are you going to be in the future? It is you who is supposed to do that. It's you who is supposed to furnish a smooth pathway for your sisters, mothers to live in. Don't leave this only in the hands of your sisters. Bambi, Pam, and so forth and so forth. Abraham has come out. Join Abraham. Let our sisters only cheer us. Brothers and sisters, I don't have much to say. I don't think there is anything that has not yet been said. Everything has already been said. All we are just waiting for is you come out in big numbers. We want to see you guys even come out in these rooms, fill up the rooms when we are having these discussions going on, so that we'll know that you guys are taking this serious, so that we'll know that you are for this, so that we will know that you have already rolled up your sleeves and you're ready to go. Thank you very much. Brothers and sisters, the choice is ours. Let's not leave this country to perish. Let's not leave this country to sink, only to have those elites win. No, let's fight back and let's win the game. Thank you very much. God bless you. September 16th, let's meet in New York. September 16th, please put this in your calendar. September 16th, September 16th, September 16th. Thank you very much. Pam, thank you very much, Mojasi, and all who have participated in this discussion. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Brother Zapata. Yes, September 16, we have to see all the South Sudanese in North America try to make it, come and make it to New York City on September 16 at the UN Assembly. I'm gonna go ahead and give the mic to Brother John. John, the mic is yours. John, are you there? I'm guessing Brother John is not there. I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Maurice. Maurice, the mic is yours.
I don't think you forget me.
Thank you.
Oh my God, how could I? Please forgive me, Maurice. Let's go back to, I don't know why I jumped.
Yeah, it is okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Mama Nyatelin, please forgive me for jumping you. The mic is yours.
And
No,
that is, I want to thank you for your big contribution. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I was a little bit busy this time because when the room opened earlier, I saw it, but I didn't get time to talk. Where I was is not. So أنا بسلمكم كلكم باسم بتاع الطفل اللي لسه ما دخل مدرسة ب8 سنة، باسم بتاع المرأة الماشي تلدي أسا وممكن تموت في ولادة، باسم بتاع عسكري المغشوش في الجبهة وما قادر يفهم إنه قاعدين يستخدموه، باسم بتاع أي جنوبي اللي لسه بيفكر إنه اللي قاعد يحصل في البلد بتاعنا ده ما بمسه. أنا بسلمكم باسم بتاع كل إنسان جنوبي اللي لسه ما بيعرف حقه حتى حاسة البغشو، حتى لو بقى متعلم لسه بمشي الشغل اشتغل 8 شهور وما قادر ينتفض، ما قادر يقول لا. When I see some of my countrymen and women that God gives them chances to go to school and obtain those big degrees, and I compare them, I'm comparing them with Harriet مرة الزنجية اللي كان رفضت إنه تكون مستخدمة في بيت بتاع السيد بتاعه، ورفض وقدر يعمل موبلايزيشن للرجال السود في أمريكا. حتى الراجلة رفض إنه تجري معه
جرت وعملت موفمنت بتاع إنه يحرر أي زول داير يطلع من العبودية، وما كان كده يا جماعة. لكن إنسانية الجواه اللي ربنا خلقه به، إنه إنسانية في جواك ده له فيه نبض حي، حتى لو أنت ما متعلم أنت بتعرف إنه أنت مظلوم وأنت ما بتقبل بالظلم لأي زول تاني. عندنا ناس في الجنوبين اللي في جوا ده عذر بتاعك شنو؟ أنت هتقول لي إنه عشان ناس من قبائل بتاعكم يوفي في حكومة، انت هتقول لي انه في ناس اللي كانوا حراميه قبال كده وكانوا في حكومه واسد يعملوا نفوسهم انهم يبقوا بنادوا بحريه بتاع الجنوبين؟ ده عذر بتاع. let me tell you العافيه بدرجات. انا ما كنت متوقع انه يعملوا جنرال اسمبلي في نيويورك ويكون ما في زول يمشي ينتفض في قدام مبنى ده. انا مسكر زي امبارح 2014 لما الإدارة بتاع أوباما invite سلفا كير، أنا كنت في قدام فندق اللي فوق وبصوت عالي بميكروفون قلت له you are a killer, you are a distraction for my nation. That was in 2014. And he made the damage more and more. وكل يوم قاعد يعمل damage. أنا قاعد أتخيل شكل بتاع سلفا كير لما كان راكب مركب وحتى هدوم في جواه ما قادر يمسك ويله مربوطين في جسمه عشان ما كان عنده جسم. أنا ما كنت متوقع إنه زول كان في حالة زي ده ممكن ينسى ويبقى الجنوبين في حالة لهم فوق مصر، يبقى الجنوبين شحاتين. أنت داير تشوف شنو؟ إنه في حاجة غلط في البلد بتاعنا عشان تنتظر. What do you want to see؟ حتى لو انت قاعد بدياسبرا زي اللي بيقولوا هسه قال اننا بدياسبرا اننا مرتاحين، انت كذاب الا كان انت زول ما عندك قلب. انا متاكد اسر بتاعكم كله ما في زول عنده اي حاجه في البلد هنا. You are working day and night because there is somebody في الراس بتاع بلد بتاعك وخلى الجنوبين كلهم اغبياء. ده ما شتيمه، ده حقيقه، لانه زول الغبي ما بيعرف حق بتاعه. What do you want to see that will make you to feel like you are a human being؟ يا أخي ربنا أخذ زمن بتاعه عشان يخلقك في الصورة بتاعه. أنت ما في الدنيا دي بالصدفة. You are not in that part of country that called South Sudan by coincidence. God has purpose for you to be in that nation. أنت ده تنتظر شنو؟ عشان يجي يعنسوك يقول لكم يا جماعة كرنا ندفع. Really؟ هذا الظلم وإذلال في أركان بتاع جنوب السودان كله. tell me أنت يا قبيلة اللي أنت داير تقول قال أنت عندك حق إنه ما تنتفض، عندك حق إنه تسكت لأنه أنت مرتاح. ده يا قبيلة المرتاح في جنوب السودان. وانا بقدر اقول لك بصوت عالي لو انت لسه ما بيفتكر انه تقدر تنتفض، انت ما في بتاع اجداد وجدود بتاعي اللي انا بعرفهم بتاع ساوث السودان ديل بكوكاب انتفضوا، ماشيين عريانين وانتفضوا، ما ارتضخوا عشان يمشوا يلبسوهم ويكونوا قاعدين في امعراض ولا يشربوا مويه بارد. انتفضوا، رفضوا، ولا كان متعلمين ذاته زيك كده. And now you want to come every time when I go to the room and hi utu na fulani tu ya kida ufulani tatu makan kida yom daga sateri yaqul shunu ya ana mumkin nakun zai hasa ita lisa ma gararta dai no ta data garar ana mutakid and mark my word, if this situation will continue Will come a time you will come and talk like us like this. Don't deceive yourself. القاعد يسأل في بلد بتاعنا ده حتى عدو ذاته ما بيتشرف انه يشوفوا قال في حاجه كويس هناك. احنا قاعد ياكلنا في قلبي لما نشوف راجل الجنوبي ما قادر يرفع صوت بتاعه قدام راجل زيه. لما نشوف مرة الجنوبية ما قادر يقول للراجل بتاعه انه لا انا ما دايرك تكون سبب بتاع اثر بتاع يا البتيتمو زي القلوة غاسة المشي يتمون زي اي زول الجنوبي المات بدون سبب ويال ديل بقوا يتايم. في نزوان بتاع الرجال في جوجوبا ده what they doing؟ انت بتفتخر بالراجل البزيل آل بتاعه ده عشان شنو؟ تقول راجلي وزير وراجلي كده ولا راجلي كده، وزير بتاع شنو؟ بتاع دمار؟ حتى لو ما عبس حاجة وقاعد يسكت ده قال سكوت على الحق الشيطان أخرس. Why we have to beg in you إنه في حاجة غلط في بلد بتاعنا أنت عميان؟ هندر نوريكم مسؤولية بتاع وطن ده is the individual decision. ما دير له قال أنا لازم نتبع ناس أهلي ولا ناس منو ولا ناس منو. عشان كده أنت قاعد تلقى في زول صغير برفع سلاح وبمشي. شباب بتاعنا يوم طلعوا في ملكال ومشوا في 92 82 بعدين ما كان عندهم ظروف ذاته لكن مشوا. ولا لا انت يا قاعد لي في غرفه هنا ده در تعرف منو يا قاعد شنو والناس فلان قاعدين يقولوا شنو shame on you. shame on you. أبرم ده أسأل قال شنو أبرم تنزل قاعد مرتاح عنده أي حاجة. كان زور ما بعرف أبرم ده حتى جوب ولا أميغو ده ما ناس عندهم ذاته داو إنه عشان ده يمشوا يكون عندهم منصب في جنوب السودان. Go and check the background and come and tell me إنه ده ناس ساكت ما عندهم موضوع. Please. The damage is done in our country. ما في زول يقدر يطلع نفسه قال ما عنده يد فوقه لأنه كلنا متورطين. إن شاء الله أنا القاعد برا ده because I didn't do my part the way it's supposed to be done. أنا ما عملت واجب بتاعي. أنا كان بيشوف إنه بلدي يكون شكله كيف. لازم نحاسب نفسي قبل ما نحاسب سلبا كير مع مجموع بتاعه. قبل ما نحاسب غيارة بتاع SPLM كله اللي كانوا تعبانين في كندا زمان ده وجا نسوا في حاجة غلط في بلد بتاعنا. So please don't make us to beg you إنه تعال في نيويورك تعال في كده تعال أدينا إن شاء الله كان $20 وكان كده يا سلام وببتك لسه قاعد الشجرة. بلدك حتى لو انت ما عندك زول ذاته لكن بلد اللي اسمه جنوب السودان ده عنده internal displaced الحكومه بتاع دول ده الكل بدوا حاجات مساكين ده قاعد يدي للناس بتاعك. انت عارف في بناء المجتمع في الاجتماع زول اللي بيعتمدوا اللي بيكون عايش على ويلفير ده زول الطبقه بتاع الدنيا في بناء المجتمع. يعني ده زول بس قاعد يساعدوا عشان يعني عدمية بتاعه ده يدل قيمة بتاعه لكن ده ما عيشة. الناس قاعد يعتمدوا الويلفير ده يا شكل الناس بتاعك أسهل في بلد بتاعك اللي اسمه جنوب السودان اللي تقدر تقول قال ما تقدر تتكلم عشان ده ناس منو يقعدوا يجوا نو بلد ده خطوا اسمه في الوطن يا أخوي ولا يا أختي. بلد بتاعنا اللي حبيناه بقلوبنا كله ده مرمطو اسم في الوطن وبلد بلد ما عنده اسم بتاعه ولا ما عنده قيمة بتاعه. بلد اللي كان ناس كله في الدنيا دي مبسوطين عشان يوم صوتنا ويعرفوا بالفعل انه الجنوبيين دول شنو. خدوا اسم بتاع بلد في الوطن. وده عشان انت قاعد تسكت وانا قاعد نسكت. But enough is enough يا اخواني. Enough is enough. Let us do this. حتى قتل ذاته ما نقتله بعد تاني. And you can stop it. Me and you, if we put our hand together today, احنا بنقدر نوقف دماء القاعد يصير في جنوب السودان ده. الدور بتاعك والدور بتاعي يا ما في ناس رفعوا سلاح وقاعدين يقتلوا في بعض، لكن انت قاعد تسكت ده وانا قاعد نسكت ده، الدور بتاعنا يا بقى ما في. And this is the time for you and me. If we fall down, let us get up and dust ourselves because we can do better. I refuse to settle for less. I refuse to be called the Eastern Bita South Sudan and bigger Ghana Kutua. No. So Matis Kutani, your contribution can be kalam, can be kitaba, can be shuru, ya only samavi. Mavi zol gale sil sila shak to zol. خشمك ده ربنا خطاه له عشان تكلم به مو خلاده في راسك ده شغله يا اخي عندك تعيب شغله. I will stop here, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Naturi. You said it all. I couldn't have said it any better. In a perfect world, we did not have to come out here and ask people to join us and to come to the rally and tell people about what's happening in our country, because what has been happening has touched us all, even some of us that basically grew up here, and even some of us that were born here, even the aunties that we don't know, we hear that something happened and things are happening there. So I don't understand when people who actually grew up back home are in denial, because either they have connection to people in the government or they feel they need to protect certain individual or choose to be oblivious to what's happening back home. So this is not time for us to be quiet and to be oblivious to what's happening back home. We need to stand up, we need to open our mouth, and we need to speak up as loud as we can. And one way for us to speak up and let the world hear our voices is rallying. It's our right to protest peacefully, and that is going to New York. That's what we are doing, going to New York in September 16th of next month. I'm gonna go ahead and ask again. Is John here? No. Brother Nyanya, I'm sorry, you have a couple of people in front of you, so I'll come back to you. Just be a little patient with us. You have Bashir and Morris in front of you, and then it will be your turn. So, Brother Morris, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Pam. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you, brother Pam, and sister Pam, and Mujahid Ibrahim, and Sabata, and sister Bambi, and Air, and Joke, and Natalie, Pastor Natalie. Natalie is shukran shadid في كلام بتاعك اللي تونسه هسه. ربنا يبارك قلبك. And also Lawio, and then Ashol. Sister Ashol speak very well, and thank you so much for your contributions. You always you have good faith in your hearts. Thank you. And Brother Bashir, and also I want to greet Anyanya, and then Amin, and then another yes. So all the view down there, brothers and sisters, I greet you guys in the name of Jesus. And also that my first things, I want to pay my condolences to those people lost their life in our nations. Upper Niles, and also the Numle Road. Those people are lost their life. And just Mutu Tomon, all of us, we are not happy about it. As a citizen of Southern Sudanese citizens, what we see is very painful. So my condolences to those families that lost their loved ones. And those is all our brothers and sisters. We lost them. And every day we lost somebody. We missing a lot of people. Our population is shredding, and it is painful for all of us. So my condolences, my prayer, my thought to all those families, and those are wounded in the road of Numle, that in the hospital. Let us wish them all a quick recovery, so they can be treated also with a good faith, and let them get back to their feet. And also those journalists has been detained in the administration fee. This is not acceptable, and we condemn for detain without reasons. Everybody, citizen have right to express his concern, and everybody have right to speak, but you cannot threat people. This country belong to people, and the government belong to the people. So there's no need to threat and arrest those people fight for their freedoms. And that is my message to them, to release these people, this journal immediately without any disruptions. So thank you so much, Mujahid and Pam. Those 16 of September, this is the best things you guys bring out for us. It is for us as a Southern Sudanese, as citizen. Whatever you're over the wall, you hear this message, go attack it and think. If you have power to get your ticket and come to attend this rally, will be very awesome. And rally is not for individuals, it's for all the Southern Sudanese citizens. You see by your eyes right now in our country, our home has been hijacked. Our nation has been hijacked by the terrorist group. I just give you for example, when you see the ISIS and when you see the Hamas and Jihad and Hezbollah, what their role is just to kill. That is happening in our nations. Why Sudan was put it in blacklist? Because our IDs, our passport was using for the terrorists to go and fight in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Middle East, and all this. That bring what? It bring the problems for Sudan people. And now we have ISIS in our nations that terrorize the people. You're shooting the people like animals. You don't care if this is the people have children or these brothers have children, have families. You don't care about that. Now you know. I think all of you here, you know, there's nobody can argue or deny that I stand with this government. This is not a government. Mujahid, it muzakir mean long time when you starting this show. We say this our country has been hijacked by unknown government. I was saying this to you, and now it comes to the point that is true, because now there's no government in South Sudan. We've been saying that, but nobody pay attention for this. But now you are the citizen of Southern Sudan. You know now your house is bleeding, and if you really understood that is your home land, tomorrow you're gonna find your grandma, your cousin, your uncle there. You need to stand up now. Simple kalam nonsense, your nonsense in your head, leave it alone. It is the time now to stand up. New York, فوق حكومة فوق secret services, but we need a leader that is coming this 16th of this September. We need a leader that can represent. We will print out all the copies of this, the IDPs, that people are suffering. House has been burned. People has been burned alive. We have all those pictures. We need to print them all out and put them out there. Whatever the secret service tomorrow there, we're gonna send them clear message in Washington, another in New York. So let them be serious that we are coming. So this is the message, Mujahid and Pam and Abraham. These are the things you need to do now, because secret service are very, very, very serious in New York. When it comes to the New York, because of September 11 is very, very tough at the time. We need to alert the police of the state of New York and the secret services so they know that we are coming, and we need to have our IDs and our uniform that will show us that how many people, how many individuals is going to be there. So please, that we need that clear out for us. So all of us here, so we will be safe there and without destruction, because they will know that, because America, they want to inform. If you didn't inform, it's going to be very difficult, especially in New York. And you remember the September 11, it's very difficult. So our country, please, our country has been hijacked. So into الكلم بالعربي بلد عنا سرقوا مع مجاهدين. عشان كده حسب بلد بتاعنا ما فوقوا قانون. يزول اللي الجيش بتاعه ميليشيا بتاعه يزول شال سلاح. الناس كله بيموتوا سامبا ساكت. So you and me, we are the one gonna resolve this in New York. Whatever the contribution you have, put it in your pocket. If you didn't go there, go to your two close senators in your state. There's two representative senators represent each state of America. If you're in America, 50 states have 100 senators. Those state senators have federal court in your city. That senator office is there. So everybody go there and complain. If you can make it to New York, go there and complain. Show the paper, show the pictures of victims to that senator's office. It will give the message right to the New York. It will report that. So please, or Washington, it will report that. So please, let us stand up to work. It's not speaking, but action need to be taken. Work, let us work. If you really love your nations, because talking, how many years we've been talking, there's no action. Those is the places where you can identify the problems. Senate at the state, you can meet anytime. You can make appointment and meet with them and discuss your matters. If you go 3 people, representative 3, 2, 3, 4, it will help. But don't be silent. Our silence is killing us and it's killing our people back home. We are living in diaspora. We are dying with all those of bloodshed in our nations. It's broken our hearts. So please, brothers and sisters, this is not a joke. Let us put hands together, help those leaders that put it ahead for us to go and to stand up even in the rain and or hard weather. Let us go stay in there just because for our country, and make sure that any pictures that are around you, if somebody doesn't have much, call me and then I send it to you copies. All those pictures, I will send it to you because we have it. Those evidence burning, our elders has been burned inside the house, alive. That is not a country. Now I think everybody's eyes is open. Those 3 people get shot in front of you. Ita kan junubi sa ita maginum. Ita kan junubi ma ita maginum. They can get hassle later. لحال تاكي في البلد. بكرة في مستقبل تبلد ما في. There is no future tomorrow is going to be. So please, brother, I'm not gonna talk much. I come here to support. Rally, that is most important for us to be there. You don't go to your senators. For each state, there's 2 senators. It's in the federal building. Go there, make appointment, meet with them. It can munu yatu community, go. That is my advice to all of you. Thank you, and I will be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Morris. Indeed, this is not the time for silence. By keeping silent and not speaking up, we are basically choosing the side of the government. We are saying that what's happening in South Sudan, the killing, the looting, the raping, displacement of the people, that all that is okay. The moment we are silent, we are supporting the side of the oppressor. I'll go ahead and then give the mic to Brother Bashir. Bashir, welcome to South Sudan is not a cup of tea, and the mic is yours.
Bashir, I think you're talking, but your mic is off.
Yeah, I think you're having. No, I think he's having network issue. Okay, it's open. If you try to talk and we can hear you, leave the room quickly and come back. That should usually fix the problem.
لان انا فعلا يعني انا كنت ماده واحد من اخواننا هنا طبعا ده شيء في المدرسه فانا بشكر كل فعلا to give my voice to you guys, support you guys for what
Bashir. We cannot hear you. Can I start in order? So take gigata, tala yala tarija. Leave the room real quickly and come back. That should fix the problem.
Okay, now come on, Bashir.
Oh, he went down?
Yeah.
Okay, come back up. I was hoping him just to leave the room and come back. Bashir, we're sending you requests to come back up, please. I don't know if he's not seeing my invitation, Brother Abraham and Mujassir. Can you guys send him requests too? Maybe that will help bring him back up.
Yeah, I think I also invite him to come up, but he dropped himself down, but normally he should come just up or to leave a room. So that
I think he's probably having a bad network.
Yeah.
He's gonna come back.
Okay, and
This is the next person.
Bashir, if you can hear us, Kantabas Manna, try to clear Clubhouse min screen taki. Lala Rija or one of the Clubhouse, that should fix the network problem if you are experiencing bad network. And then when you come back, leave the room and come back and then raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll go to Brother Anyanya. Anyanya, the mic is yours.
Yes. Greetings. Greetings to
Malo Clubhouse ka manadera. Anyanya?
Just greetings.
Is it me or is he got Ajere?
just let Bashir to finish his thought. He's coming back now.
Okay, Anyanya, your voice is cutting, so I'm gonna have to give, yeah. Let's see if Bashir can continue. Bashir, I see you back. open your mic. Let's see if your network is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
shukran.
perfect.
Okay. Yeah, I think my phone is freezing somewhere. Yeah. شكرا لكم. شكرا أخ مجاسف. شكرا لكل الناس اللي قاعدين لأن الأدوية بتاعنا كتير فوقين. عشان I have to just make it short. شكرا للمشاهدين. أول حاجة أنا أقدر نشكركم للتوعية اللي بيهمنا كلنا إحنا كشعب الجنوبي في كل مكان. يا جماعة في 3 حاجات إحنا لازم نعرف. أول حاجة إنه إحنا كشعب الجنوبي إحنا طلعنا بلد جنوب السودان ده إحنا طلعناه والليلة إحنا قاعدين ندمر فوق. كويس. نمرة 2 الليلة الحكومة بتاعت جنوب السودان دي ما حكومة اللي بتفيد الشعب الجنوبي. نمرة 3 الريبلز والسياسيين ما عندهم اتفاق، ما بيتفقوا على اساس انه يقدروا يعملوا حاجه صح للشعب الجنوبي. شفت 3 حاجات دي لو احنا لو كلنا فعلا جنوبيين ومواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان في كل الاماكن، يعني ده من ابسط شيء ان احنا يعني زي ما طلعنا البلد للمجرمين للتروريست، ان احنا يجب انه نطلع نعملوا اي حاجه مستحيل كيف انه نقدر نرجع نطلع الناس الماسكين البلد. لانه من ما طلعنا البلد جنوب السودان احنا كمواطنين ما ادينا راي بتاعنا وكلينا البلد للمجرمين وما عملنا اي حاجه. دي المشكله بتاعنا احنا كجنوبيين. جنوبيين بصفه عامه، سواء انت برغزال سواء انت من برغزال ولا ابنار ولا ايكواتوريا. فحاجات دي احنا لو شلناها بجديه انا متاكد الحكومه دي احنا بنقدر نطلعها برا. بنطلعها باصواتنا، بنطلعها مع كل شيء، كل حاجه احنا بنقدر نعملوها لبلدنا جنوب السودان. فانا بطلب من كل شعب الجنوبي سواء انت من برغزال ابنال ايكواتوريا، لو ما عندنا يعني في جزء من الناس لسه طبعا هم ما شايلين الموضوع بتاع البلد بطريقه صحيح، يعني هم بيشيلوا كانه ده جو، لانه بالذات يعني الحاجات دي بالذات انا بشوف اكثر شيء في الوسترن وورلد. فانا هنا نحاول انه نكاتب الناس اللي لسه يعني ما شايلين مشكله بتاعت البلد في كل شيء. دي الطلب انا بس بطلب لكلنا.
طيب الناس الموجودين معي في الفيسبوك، أنا أكرر اعتذاري. ظاهر الكلاب هاوس عنده مشكلة فانقطع الخط من الكلاب هاوس. أنا ما أعرف الحاصل شنو. إن شاء الله يعني نلتقي معكم في الفترة الجاية ونشوف هنتكلم أكثر في هذا الموضوع، لأنه أنا أعرف هسي the phone is freezing، أنا ما قادر أسمع الحاصل شنو في الكلاب هاوس. هقفل التليفون وبعد ذاك ممكن نحاول نشوف الحاصل شنو. نشغل الفيديو ده وبعد ذاك أنا بلخص ده اللي حصل للغادات اللي قبضوهم من السودان وجابوهم وضربوهم بهذه الطريقة. الحاصل في جنوب السودان يا جماعة فشيء مؤسف جدا. غيته ما أعرف، ربنا يكون في الحال. أنا الكلاب هاوس بتاعي حصل فوقه إشكالية.
يعني بس انا قدر اشكركم شديد، يعني زماني جاء في وقت ضيق شديد انه قاعد امشي اجيب التفاح من المدرسه والنادى، فجبت واحد وانا ماشي اجيب الثاني. دي الحاجه الحاصله، لكن انا بشكر كل شعب الجنوب. ان شاء الله بتمنى لكل الجنوبيين اللي قاعدين يحضروا في كلاب هاوس في فيسبوك خلينا نتكلم بصوت بتاع انه كيف نقدر نطلع برا نرايز اب انه سالفه كده نتكلمش بالحكومه بتاعنا. دي من الحاجات اللي احنا يعني لو كلنا بنمشي على نفس الصوت سواء في الدياسبرا هنا في كندا في اي اماكن ده بيكون كويس. ما انه بس 16 يوم 16 ما يوم 16 open the door. Everything is there. Everything is there. Open the red door. معلش يا جماعه. فاحنا لازم يعني نقدر يعني نكونوا مع بعض عشان نقدر نحل مشكله بتاعت بلدنا جنوب السودان. طلع نحن عملنا قول لجنوب السودان يكون دوله الليله من حقنا كيف نقدر نحل المشكله ده. احنا قلنا لجنوب السودان الجماعه اللي هم هسه من الدوله جنوب السودان هم ما يعني ما عندهم اصلا مبدا للشعب الجنوبي. يعني الليله الجنوبيين قاعدين يموتوا في كل اماكن واحنا قاعدين هنا يعني بنختلف مع بعض، بنختلف في الراي وكل واحد ماشي بالطريقه اللي هو دايره. فدي حاجات اللي انه يا جماعه فعلا يعني بلدنا ده احنا محتاجين انه كلنا نتكلم بصوت واحد وكلنا يعني نمشي ورا حاجه واحده. لانه لو شفناه في الناحيه بتاع الناس اللي عايشين في الدياسبرا including myself يعني احنا ما عندنا حاجات كده هنقدر نعمله في بلدنا كويس. الكل احنا عايزين في جنوب السودان انه يكون يعني بلدنا ده نساويها مع باقي الدول الافريقيه. احنا قاعد نشوف يعني كل سنه تقدر تنزل زياره وتشيل عيالك وتوصل لهم ده مكان بتاعك اللي انت كنت فوق وده البيت اللي انت اتولدت فوق وكده، وعيال ذاته يعرف جدودهم ده منو ابواتهم منو كيلان. يعني احنا قعدنا في الدياسبرا هنا يا جماعه ايوه كده يعني يمكن نرحلوا كويس. ما قال ان امريكا بس يعني الدياسبرا ده كله اني تاني انت بس انت عملت اي غلط كده ممكن يجرد منك الباسبور بتاعك. بعد كده انت ماشي وين؟ انت ماشي لسلفكير الجنوب. احنا كلنا يعني نفس وجودنا بالذات احنا قاعدين هنا كتمبرال بلد ده قانون لا اي انت ما يعني ما في رحمه جلدت حقك. يعني في كم سنه هنا عملوا لهم ديبوتيشن من امريكا. انا بنفسي انا عارف اكثر من 25 نفر. لكن احنا كلنا نفس وجودنا كيف نقدر يعني رايز اب عشان بلدنا دي يطلع. فانا بصراحه قاعد اتكلم معاكم عشان راسي شغال قاعد اعمل في حاجه وقاعد اتكلم، لكن انا بتمنى كان انا اكون قاعد هادي عشان اقدر اوجه حاجه زياده وما اقدر ناخذ منكم كثير. شكرا لكم وربنا يكون معكم. يوم 16/9 هنكون معكم ان شاء الله. شكرا.
Thank you, Brother Bashir. You said some important thing. One, you said that we have to come together and stand up for our country, and that to stand up for the country because we gained the independence of South Sudan. Yes, maybe the SPLM party, the SPLA fought in the bush along with a lot of uncles and aunties, whatever. But to gain the South Sudan independence, they needed the South Sudanese people to vote to get to be able to get that independence. So that's a question that every South Sudanese need to ask themselves, especially those who went to Washington, D.C., to whatever country you are in, that you went and voted so that you can have your own independent country, which is South Sudan. Is it the country that you voted for? The South Sudan that is today, with all the chaos? Is it the country that you voted for? When think about it, when you are so excited driving to a different state of flying and all this stuff, planning with your friends and family to go vote so that you can have your own country, is it the country that you voted for? If that's not the country that you voted for, then come to DC. Come to New York and come and stand there and tell the world that that's not the country you voted for, and we want better South Sudan. Sister Shol, I see you blinking your mic. I'll give you the chance real quick.
Thank you. بس أنا داير نسأل سؤال.
Yeah, بس
it's a question بس لأستاذ بشير because I'm سمعته في one of the room he was advocating برضه للرالي. So لكن خلينا different date. Why don't you guys do it together? السؤال ده لبشير.
Go ahead, brother Bashir.
اوكي اتشول انا بصراحه يعني يمكن يكون ده بس شو تفهم، لكن احنا شغالين سوا بس انا ما اعرف لو طبعا انا جيت في النص، انا ما عرفت لو انتوا تكلمتوا في الرالي القاعد في واشنطن دي سي يوم 14 شهر 10، انا ما اعرف طبعا، لكن طبعا عشان جيت في النص يعني انا ما عرفت كان في ناس يتكلموا فوق ولا، لكن يعني شغالين سوا مع ابراهيم وان شاء الله هنواصل في حاجات كثير. يعني احنا ما مختلفين في الرأي ولا اي حاجه، احنا جنوبيين واحنا عايزين ننقذ بلدنا، فما اكثر من كده. يعني ما في بيرسونال بيزنس ولا في اختلافات خالص. يعني الدوله جنوب السودان ده يعني محتاج لنا نغير اي حاجه من دياسبرا هنا، وان شاء الله هنوصل في كل اماكن، لانه الرالي ده يوم 14 شهر 10 ده دي حاجه عامه لكل شعب جنوب استراليا كندا. المهم انا ابراهيم هوضح لكم زياده اكثر من كده. شكرا.
Thank you, Sister Achol and Brother Bashir. Brother Mujasib, I'll go ahead and pass the mic to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I would like to acknowledge and to thank my brother Bashir of coming and giving the words of encouragement to the team or to the group, those who are calling for the rally in New York. It started from Washington DC to New York. Brother, this is the spirit where we see that we can solve the problem of South Sudan. And we hope that all the South Sudanese, they should join hands together like what you say. And opposition, those who are also, here and there, they should really think more further about the nation and about our country, more than to think about themselves. This is very important, you mentioned. And also the country that where, our fathers fought for it, and even we vote, we go together in the same day of voting, and South Sudan start to be a country, and today is bleeding. So this country cannot just go like this. So it is our responsibility, it is our objective to come together and resolve the problem of South Sudan. I think this is very important. فأنا بشكرك بصراحة جزيل الشكر بأنك جيت واديت صوتك. وأنا داير أقول كلام واحد بالموضوع اللي سأله أخوتنا أتشول. جنوب السودان محتاج زوايا مختلفة للتغيير. فإذا كل واحد عنده رؤية ويقدم حاجة لجنوب السودان، وفي مظاهرة بتكون يوم 16 مثلا شهر 9، وفي تاني في شهر 10، وفي تاني مثلا مجموعة برضو دار يقوم في شهر 11، هيكون في زخم كويس بتاعت مظاهرات مختلفة بمختلف أنواع الناس، لكن بتنادي من عند كلمة واحدة اللي هي كلمة شنو؟ كلمة إنه هذه الحكومة لابد أن تذهب إلى مزبلة التاريخ وتتكلم في الحقوق بتاعت المواطن اللي قاعدين يقتلوا فوقه واللي قاعدين يشردوه، وأحلنا الموجودين الآن في مستنقعات بتاعت المياه وكده. فأنا سياسيا ما بنختلف في هذا الرأي ده. أنا شايفه جنوبين كله مفروض ذاته يعني كل يوم لو في 3 نفر بيقدروا بيطلعوا في كورنر ساكت في محل بتاعهم بيقدروا يمشوا يعملوا مظاهرة. I think that it will be a very good thing, because the objective is one, that all of us we should come together and work to tell the international community that our country is bleeding, and those who are inside الباشوزوك الموجودين في سلطة الحكم ده لازم يمشي لمزبلة التاريخ. فبشير أنا بشكرك جزيل الشكر، وبشكر كل الإخوة اللي جاوا واللي اتكلموا. بس الخط بتاعي كان قطع لسبب أنا ما أعرف، ما سمعت الكلام كله، لكن الكلام كان بيصب من أجل يعني توحيد الصف، ومن أجل يعني العمل مع بعض عشان نمشي نحو مستقبل مشرق في جنوب السودان. And I think this is very good spirit. I'm going to end the Facebook here, and we are going to continue in the clubhouse. So hopefully that I would like to thank all my brothers and the sisters and all the citizens of South Sudan, my mothers, حبوبات اللي قاعدين يكونوا قاعدين في مخيمات، اللي قاعدين يشاهدونا هناك بكون عندهم تليفون واحد، والكلام ده جاني فيديو زي ده، في تليفون واحد بكون فوق ما يقارب 10-15 نفر بكونوا قاعدين في المخيمات وقاعدين يشاهدوا في البرامج اللي احنا قاعدين نقوم بيه. Just imagine this kind of things, my brothers and sisters. Why you cannot go now and donate? Just press the link right now. Press the link and donate even $10, 10 euro, 25 euro, something like that, $5. And let's bring, قفة بتاعنا لان جبال قاعد نقوله ده في الهدف بتاعه الرئيسي عشان برنامج بتاع الرالي ده يستمر. ما يكون بس ياهو يوم 16 وخلاص، نو، يكون يوم 16 يوم 20 يوم 30 والناس دي ماشيه لما كير ده يسقط مع اعوانه كله. فده الحاجه اللي انا داير ارسل الرساله ده. الناس الموجودين في المخيمات قلوبنا معاكم، وربنا ان شاء الله بيفرحكم يوم من الايام في الحاجات اللي قاعد يحصل في جنوب السودان ده، انه هيتغير ان شاء الله لاحسن. ونرسل رساله من هنا من تيم بتاع South Sudan is not a cup of tea لكل الاسر بتاعت الشهداء والناس اللي فقدوا ذويهم في المشاكل اللي قاعد تحصل في جنوب السودان ده كله، ونقول لهم ربنا يصبركم، وان شاء الله هيكون الانتصار اقرب في اسرع فرصه. فانا بقفل الفيسبوك Sister Pam, and then we can continue in the clubhouse. Thank you very much, my brothers and sisters, and I want to send my apology for those who are in the Facebook if we said any words that maybe make you to feel unhappy. We don't mean it, but we mean that, to change South Sudan, because South Sudan is more bigger than us. That the country where we love it, the country where I used to call it always أرض حفيف الأجنحة التي اتولدت في الألفية 21. فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الناس الموجودين في الفيسبوك. Sister Pam, you can take over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Majestic.
Yeah, just one minute. Just let me say something.
Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
أنا بشكرك جديد. أنا بشكر brother Bashir كمان as well. Bashir, we spoke and he suggested a good suggestion that تعرف الجنوبيين لازم يطلع. الجنوبيين كلهم لازم يطلع، ما في أمريكا بس. انتوا وينكم يا ناس كندا؟ انتوا ما جنوبيين؟ انتوا وينكم يا ناس أستراليا؟ انتوا ما جنوبيين؟ ما المشكلة بتاعتنا؟ المشكلة بتاعنا. هنا لازم نطلع. عشان كده الرالي بعد نيويورك ده، بعد ما نقول ده الرالي هيكون للناس كلها يطلع في زمن واحد. كلنا نطلع. ما احنا نقول هنا نغير البلد، ده ما بيزول نغير البلد ثاني. اذا انت لو كان انت قاعد في بلاد الغربه ما قادر تطلع، يلا كيف تقول لاخوك اللي في جوبا يطلع؟ ما لازم نقول حقيقه. وينكم يا ناس كندا؟ وينكم يا ناس لندن؟ يا اخي الشغله انتوا لو كنت نفرين في ولايه بتاعكم ده، اضرب تليفون لزول اقول له اسمع هنا ماشيين في داون تاون ونرفع علم بتاع السودان وسيلفا كيل يسقط. والله الشغله تكون انت براك بس. لو ما في زول يجي معك امشي انت براك بس. عشان تاريخ بكره يجي بسالك انت كنت وين؟ انت كنت وين زمان اخوانك بيقتلوهم؟ انت قاعد تقتل بس في كوتوريا ولا في يونيتي ستير ولا في ابي، ما بكره بجيك. The problem that we ignore today, tomorrow will be in our doorstep. سنة لازم نفتح عيوننا جنوبين، ما ممكن نقعد نحنس في ناس ونشهدوكم عشان ليش؟ عشان كده I'm challenging ناس بتاع كندا. لو تقدر رجينا في امريكا ما في مشكله، لكن انا دايرك تكون في محلك ده ذاته، وانا ما ادري اكسكيوز تقول لي ابراهيم ناس كنيسه ما ادري ناس منو هذا، انت اطلع، اطلع انت عارف العالم بتاعك ده، اطلع وقول سلفا كير اسكت وداون ذا سيستم. وين الوطنيه يا جماعه؟ الوطنيه ده ما كان هنا زمان ترانا مشينا في نيويورك مطر دقانا وي ووك 2 مايلز، ما من ياتلين دي قاعد كان انا ذاته هند لا، انا بكيت زمان شفت مطر بينقد، قلت لاميجو يا خصم ممكن نجيب عربيه عشان نودي ماما نياتي نركب عربيه عشان نمشي نوصل في وايت هاوس عشان هي ما توقف. انت عارفين ماما نياتي قال لي شنو؟ قال لي يا ولدي يا ابراهيم الناس بتاعنا قاعدين ينوموا في راس مويه. مشي ده انا بمشي كلنا نمشي، ما في زول من الجروب بتاعنا ده فضل يوم كلنا مشينا.
Brother Abraham.
Hi.
We end needs replacement. Imagine الكلام ده. يجي بعد أكثر من أسبوعين بعد المناسبة دي.
يا سلام.
Replace knees and walk back and forth.